Okay, good morning, all. As we had received information this morning in which certain persons had requested to be able to join this hearing in a virtual format, the Commission has decided that today we will be having this meeting in a hybrid format, so persons who feel more comfortable joining online are able to do so using the Zoom link that has been provided. As a result, I will just read the virtual oral hearing etiquette for those persons who are joining online. Please note that parties shall conduct themselves in a respectful manner. Conduct that is contemptuous by any person appearing at the hearing shall be grounds for excluding that person from the proceedings. The Commission shall control the pace and the flow of the hearing and shall do all that is necessary to ensure there is a smooth and efficient flow of proceedings. Parties are, however, asked to abide by the following. Parties should be prepared to join the hearing at least 10 minutes before the start to allow themselves time to address any technical or connectivity issues. On joining the hearing, parties must ensure that they can be properly identified by the Commission and all other participants by their full names. Please make reasonable efforts to find a quiet, private, and well-lit space for the duration of the hearing. Ensure that you are clearly visible by maintaining a reasonable distance from the camera to show your head and upper body. Ensure the documents you need are organized and prepared in advance. Ensure that you mute your microphone when you're not speaking. Remember to unmute your microphone only when it is your turn to speak, and do so directly into the microphone. Use the raise hand button in Zoom if you feel absolutely compelled to interject or interrupt a speaker. Upon raising your hand, please then wait until you're called upon to speak and refrain from speaking at the same time someone else is speaking. Okay. In management of time going forward, we are asking that all parties to be mindful of questions asked by a previous party, as we will direct you to move on if the question was previously asked. In addition, we are asking parties to limit their cross-examination of witnesses to the particular issue at hand. Any question outside of the issue, we will ask you to move on. Please try to be succinct and focus on the issue at hand. So we will be trying to manage going forward so that we could try to complete the hearing in a reasonable time, having addressed all of the issues that have been identified. So we do apologize for the late start again, but it was necessitated as a result of some persons making a request for this. So we'll continue. I see Ms. Senator Boyce.
Thank you, Chair. I have first been asked to convey the apologies of the Light and Power team, the executives, somewhat decimated ranks which you see before you, sir, especially on the part of the representative, Mr. Blackman. Our lead counsel, Mr. Aline, is available virtually and is prepared to conduct the re-examination of the witness through that format, sir. With your leave.
Thank you. And we have a number of the interveners who would be. So if at this point in time we could have on the screen the persons who have joined virtually. Is it possible that we can use the the Zoom not only in speaker mode, but that we can
Full gallery.
full gallery for other persons to see who's present. In addition, we would also want to be able to recognize if any person has raised their hand. So, full gallery. Good morning to all. Okay. So, we have all the interveners are present. See public counsel, see Mr. Lieutenant Colonel Brown, see Rent. Okay, thank you. If we can proceed. Okay. Mr. Allen, we're not hearing you.
You are still not hearing me, Chair? How about now, Chair?
Yes, please.
Just one moment, please. How about now? Are you good?
Yes, please. Proceed.
Is it possible that I could have sight of Mr. Jennings, or that's not possible? Because I'll be doing this at the moment. I'm not seeing him, so I'm not able to. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Jennings.
Good morning, sir.
Now, one of the issues.
Just a minute. Is it? Oh, yes. Okay. Counsel.
Okay, I can go?
Yes, please.
Okay. Mr. Jennings, one of the, and I believe you answered, but this is for clarity. One of the issues raised was the quantum of management fees for the self-insurance fund pre and post 2016. Can you just explain the difference as indicated within the financials?
I can. So prior to 2016, the management fees were net off against the returns that were received off of the investments. And post 2016, the management fees were charged as a percentage of the funds being managed and were reflected on the face of the income statement.
Now, in an answer to the commission, I believe the chairman queried the level of expenses of the test year comparative to 2021 actual and forecast. Can you give us any basis as to why this does not call into question the use of the 2020 test year?
I can. When you compare the 2021 actuals, which would have been included in the annual regulatory report, and of course, that was submitted as part of interrogatory against the forecast, if you exclude the impact of the cost of fuel and the cost of purchase power, you'd see that the expenses were about 166 million. The actual expenses were about 166 million compared expenses, which would include the depreciation, insurance, and taxes, were about 166 million compared to 167 forecast. But that does not take into account the impact of the Clean Energy Bridge as a result of the delays with the installation and completion of the Clean Energy Bridge. When you adjust it for those known and measurable items for the Clean Energy Bridge, you'd see that the 2021 actual expenses, of course, after excluding the cost of rental generation, is about $3.5 million more than what would have been projected. Because we are seeing, cost pressure relative to what we had included in the forecast. So when you take the actual expenses experienced for 2021, you look at the known and measurable associated largely with the Clean Energy Bridge, I think you see a picture of the forecast perhaps being conservative with regard to return on rate base. And and that's pretty much why I believe the expenses, I think, show a story of a conservative view relative to the test year.
Okay. In terms of judging the test year, you were also questioned on the sales difference for the test years compared to your actual 21 and projected 22. How do you respond to a criticism that this makes your test year inappropriate?
Yeah, so again, the view, in my view, when you look at the test year and you look at the forecast, so yes, the sales in 2020 were lower than our experience in 2021 and year to date for 2022. But when you look at the forecast with the proposed rates included and you contrast that against the expenses, and especially given the explanation that I just gave about the increasing cost pressure that we have, I think it demonstrates, the forecast certainly shows that even with the proposed rates and with the forecasted sales that we have in here, the forecasted sales increase that we have in here, that the investor will not be able to achieve the proposed rate of return or a fair and reasonable rate of return. And I think, even the question was raised if an adjustment to sales would be appropriate, and I think that any adjustment to sales would almost certainly result in denying the investor the ability to earn a reasonable return when those rates go into service. And I think that is demonstrated by the forecast.
Okay. In the context of making any of the suggested efforts to modify the data or the proposed test year on any of these significant elements, would the benefit of a more representative test year than that stated in the application be achieved?
So I guess one option is what we've proposed, which is to use 2020 and adjust it for known and measurable and engage it against a forecast, which, given the fact that the 2020 test year is well behind us and we have some experience so with the forecast, so we can see what the actual forecast is looking like. And that's the approach that we've taken. And another approach would be to modify the test year, but as we know, that would result in significant additional cost and further delay and further regulatory lag. So in my view, I think the approach that we've taken is a reasonable one, and I think it results in a reasonable outcome and a reasonable ask as well. Yeah.
Okay. You were also queried as to the the difference between your regulatory financials and your annual statements, which are IFRS compliant. Is such a double accounting preparation accepted in the utility industry?
Well, it's not a situation that I enjoy. It's possible that we can maintain one set of books under IFRS and one set of books for regulatory purposes, but the effort involved is certainly more efficient to have one set of books that are consistent between the two. So it's not impossible to do. It just requires some effort, but my preference obviously is to have one set of books.
Okay, as to that one set of books, the next area was whether you were seeking to bring them into alignment. However, based on your earlier indication that a depreciation study occurs every 5 years, isn't there the possibility that it would result in an amended depreciation rate within your annual filings to meet IFRS, and therefore thereafter non-alignment with your regulatory filings, which will still be filed on the rates as approved in this hearing?
The possibility certainly exists. I expect that at the time we do the next depreciation study, that we will seek to file it with the FTC and ask the FTC to review it and approve it at that time. And hopefully, if that is done in a timely manner, we can avoid having the issue with two different sets of books.
Okay. Now, as it relates to the debt equity ratio, there has been much discussion without reference to the actual decision of the FTC in 2010. And I just want to reference, Chair, if you will give me one moment while I pull up my document. I just want to reference the 2010 decision at paragraph 103 and 104. There it states, the Commission is satisfied with the applicant's adoption of a hypothetical capital structure of 35% debt and 65% equity. It also represents the average capital structure of electric utilities in the Caribbean in 2004 and 2006. And at 104, they state, the Commission approves the applicant's use of a capital structure of debt 35 and equity 65% in the determination of its cost of capital, my apology. So the query, for those interveners who are concerned about your high level of equity compared to debt as it presently stands, please indicate whether rates as presently charged or likely, if your application is accepted, will be based on the present existing debt equity ratio or that as approved in the 2010 decision of 65-35.
The application before this commission includes rates determined based on the 65-35 as approved in the last decision.
So if your equity is running at 80, the charge which the ratepayer meets is still that as determined at a 65 level, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And this is in line with the statement of the Commission in 2010 at paragraph 102.
Yes,
The
sir.
Commission is cognizant that the use of a capital structure for regulatory purposes that diverts from the applicant's actual or forecasted capital structure is a concession to consumers. So do you agree with that statement?
I do, sir.
You were also questioned on the comparative payment of dividends prior to 2009 and post 2009. The suggestion was made that it was somehow related to shareholder changes, shareholder ownership changes. Is there any significant occurrence in or around that time that supports and explains the basis for dividend payments post 2009?
So in 2010, as you just read out, the company applied for and received a decision using a notional capital structure of 65% equity and 35% debt. Since then, the intention or the approach that we've used to imagine that capital structure is to try to bring us in line with that approved capital structure included in the 2010 decision.
Okay. Now, in an answer to the commission, I believe Commissioner Dr. Scott Joseph, there seemed to be a misunderstanding I'll use the word misunderstanding. A misunderstanding as to a reference you made to debt being capital. Can you explain what you meant by that statement?
So the two sources of capital that we include in the weighted average cost of capital is the equity capital and the debt capital. So what I was trying to point out was that we in trying to raise debt capital, we need to be able to demonstrate to the debt providers that we can earn a reasonable return. So that was what I was trying to point out.
Now, also linked to this issue of dividends, there was a connection between the right sizing of the self-insurance fund and dividends, and I believe that was intervenor Venk to whom you were speaking at the time, and you explained it, which I gathered maybe from his experience he seemed to appreciate. But I'll let you to clearly explain or state the likely impact of not paying as dividends the deductions that were made.
That would have had the impact of increasing the level of equity in the capital structure, which of course would have made the weighted average cost of capital more expensive. The equity would have effectively ballooned.
Okay. Now, Lieutenant Colonel Brown has an interesting manner in calculating the return to shareholders, where he limits the value of investments to the amount of stated share capital. Is that a standard accounting practice?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
What would you consider the standard? So
the rate of return as calculated and applied in the last decision and in the application as well is based on, and of course the reporting that we've done over the period is based on a weighted average cost of capital that reflects a return on equity, and that equity is the total equity, the share capital, and the retained earnings, both combined.
So that figure of 24% that was aired, what is the correct figure in the context of your understanding?
So as that 24% would be a misleading number in my view. The appropriate number would be the return on rate base over the period, and as we've said several times in my testimony anyway, the rate of return earned over the period has been closer to just under 10% in most of the years. It was over in the year 2018 marginally by 1.75%, and then dramatically under, with rates under 5% and 4% in the last 2 years, and heading that way for 2022 as well.
Okay. There is a suggested premise, I don't know if it's stated, but certainly it is raised by the nature of the questions during your cross-examination, that if the applicant simply did not pay dividends in the manner that it did, it would have no cash flow or adverse financial circumstances. Can you explain why? Okay, what is your assessment of that contention?
As I understand it, the rules require the rules allow for under the rules, the shareholder is entitled to a return on their investment. The only way they can get that return on their investment is through dividends. I don't believe that. Yeah, the only way that you can that the shareholder can receive their return is through dividends.
So let's just continue. Lieutenant Colonel Brown has indicated the willingness of his constituents to invest in the applicant. There's the suggestion that they are impeded due to the applicant not being a publicly traded entity. Is public trading the only method by which shares can be purchased?
No, sir.
And if Lieutenant Brown's constituents were to do such a purchase, by what means would those credit unions earn money on their investment?
Through dividends.
Yeah, okay. Now, in answering a question posed to you by the chairman, you sought to explain the method by which depreciation is recorded on certain items within your rate base. The issue related to whether the ratepayer was double paying on certain assets by incurring the depreciation charge, then still paying on the item in rate base. You used an analogy of a taxi driver and his car. In answering, you indicated as a going concern, the fear of double charging did not arise due to reinvesting after retirement of equipment. Can you give me an example that would explain this within your actual operation?
I can. If we look to Schedule C2, which is a good schedule to look at, you'll see that poles and accessories, as an example, in the year 2020, we would have retired about $898,000 worth of poles and accessories, which I don't know the number, but my guess would be in the order of about 1,000 poles or so. And we would have reinvested, $4.4 million in poles and accessories. So you have a situation where yes, you have these assets and they are being depreciated, and at some stage they do get, some of them get fully depreciated, and some of them get damaged and so on. And you invariably, because the grid isn't shrinking, in many instances is growing, you have to replace what is there. So you retire what was previously capitalized, and then you add the investment that you have made in that year.
Okay, you would have previously indicated in your testimony that the rate base had grown by how much?
So between the 2010 rate base and the 2020 rate base, it's grown by over 200 million. It would have grown from 540 odd million to 825 million.
Okay. You were also questioned, Mr. Jennings, on lag lead studies and whether the applicant had ever commissioned such a study. Am I correct in stating that this relates to the manner in which working capital is reflected in your requested rate base?
Yes, you are.
You would have indicated the use of a 45-day rule for working capital. So I take it that is an alternative to the lag lead method.
Yes, it is.
And this is the method used in the present application.
It is, yes.
Okay. Is this the method used that was used in the 2009 application?
Yes, it was.
has the applicant ever raised any query with the FTC as to the appropriateness of changing the method by which working capital is reflected?
No, sir.
Has the FTC ever raised with the applicant a similar query?
Not to the best of my knowledge.
Now, in terms of a practical effort, is it appropriate or practical to modify your working capital references in conformity with the like-lead method without the benefit of a related study?
No, it wouldn't be. Particularly because well, in my view, the estimate of the working capital that we have is conservative. If you look at the history of the working capital of BLPC, you'll see it's a lot more than what we have applied for, and of course the projections show that it's much more than projected. And and I think that's because we have some fairly significant prepaid expenses that we have to pay in advance. Not the least of which would be insurance, which is of about $10 million, and that's paid in advance, and that goes through the year. You have land tax, that's about $5 million, and that's paid in advance, and that goes through the year. You have license fees. You have a number of things like that are paid in advance and go through the year. So you need funding for that, and then you look at most of the non-fuel expenses, largely staff payments. Those are paid within 30 days, and pretty much most of our payments are either paid in advance or paid within 30 days. And if you look at the responses to the interrogatories that we submitted, you'd also see that we have, on average, our bills are 30 days of service, and then in addition to that, we have 45 days outstanding. So between delivery of service and the collection, on average, of payments from customers, you're looking at least 75 odd days. So I don't think adjusting the working capital without the benefit of a study would be an appropriate thing to do.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings. Chair, that's the end of re-examination.
Thank you. Ready to move on to the panel with Bent Wildenson and Mr. Jennings.
Sir, if I remember correctly, Bent Wildenson is by herself in her testimony. The panel referred to Mr. Jennings, Mr. Graves, and the asset management team. So the witness for this is Bent Wildenson on the issue of the cost of capital.
But we did ask if Mr. Jennings would be able to join her should there be any questions that pose in relation to any issues that the company, in terms from a financial perspective, that he would be able to give testimony at the same time. I think that was...
Okay, I thought that was for the purposes of the asset management team, but I have no issues, Chair, if that's your preference.
Okay. I recognize the hand of Ms. Watson.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and all parties present. Mr. Allen has already conceded that Mr. Jennings will sit in panel with the consultant. I had raised my hand simply to say that the rate of return memorandum is signed by Mr. Jennings, and it is appropriate that he should be available to answer questions along with the expert.
Thank you. So, Mr. Allen, before we proceed, we will now have the swearing of the Ms. Motley?
Good morning, Ms. Williamson. Do you swear or do you affirm?
I will swear.
Do you have a Bible?
Excuse me?
A Bible. You said you will swear?
No, affirm. I will affirm.
Affirm. Okay, do you, Ms. Williamson, declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Witness affirm, sir.
Thank you. And would you? Okay. So, Mr. Jennings, you still affirm?
I am.
Okay. Ms. Stalin, would you? Ms. Stalin would like to.
On mute. Thank you. Sorry, Chair, I was still being held by your technical team. Thank you. I believe the first order of business is relative to Section 19 of the URPR. Ms. Villenson is being tendered as an expert witness. Are there any objections in that regard, Chair?
Any objections to Villenson being treated as an expert witness? We're not able to see the screen out. Any objection? Any objections, you can do so by raising your hand, or I can poll the interveners. Okay.
Recommend no, Mr. Chairman.
I take it there are no objections, so.
No objection, no, Stephen Worm, no.
No objection.
Public counsel?
No objection, sir.
Okay. Mr. Worm?
No objection, sir.
Lieutenant Colonel Brown?
No objection, sir.
Mr. Wayne?
No objection, sir.
Ms. Cummins? Ms. Cummins?
If it pleases the chair, I think Ms. Cummins is having some difficulties technical. And this is Brian Haynes.
Okay. So you have no
from the Ministry of
objection?
Energy. No objection, sir.
Okay. Okay.
She can't, she's not interviewing. I don't know who she's talking to.
Mr. Allen, you can, the witnesses will be treated as an expert witness, so you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Could you give me one moment, please? Just one moment. Sorry about that, Chair, my apologies. Dr. Wildenson, what, if any, documents have you prepared in support of this application?
I have prepared an affidavit and I have prepared a report and supporting schedules. That's what I have prepared in support of this application.
Okay. And just a few questions of application, Chair. In the 2010 decision, Dr. Wildenson, at paragraph 130, the Commission at that time referred to what they call the peculiar shareholder structure of the entity in terms of its possible impact on assessment of the cost of the elements within your study. In your assessment, is that a concern in terms of your findings, the ownership structure of the entity?
No, it's not, for two reasons. One, it's the nature of the assets that determines the cost of capital. So ownership structure is irrelevant. And second, as of today, that ownership structure no longer exists. So it's also redundant for that reason.
Okay. Now, it would be, to most persons' knowledge, the number of downgrades that would have been experienced by Barbados post the last rate hearing. What, if any, did this impact your assessment of risk?
A major issue here is back in 2010, Barbados had a BBB rating, or that's an investment grade rating. That's no longer the case. It was downgraded in 2012 and several times after that, and then it turned around in late 2019, early 2020. It's still a non-investment grade. So what that means is that the country risk is higher today as of 2010.
Okay. And in terms of the supporting data that you would have referenced in coming to your conclusions, how would you describe that data in terms of being either conservative, liberal, in terms of assessment of risk?
I would say it's conservative, particularly in respect to the country risk premium, because what I did was not to look at the country risk premium specific to Barbados, but instead to look at the country risk premiums for investment grade Caribbean countries, which are less risky than the country of Barbados. I did that specifically to be conservative.
Okay.
Similarly, I could have supported a higher number given my calculations. I decided to go slightly above the midpoint.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. Chair, I tender. Chair, my apologies. I am tendering the doctor for cross-examination.
Thank you. Public counsel, are you ready to proceed with your cross-examination at this time?
Yes, sir. I'm ready. Good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yes, please, and proceed.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Wildenson, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm looking at the top of your page, it's 1153. So it's correct to say that you were you're the witness for recommending the cost of capital for BLPC in this rate hearing, correct?
That's correct.
You're recommending a cost of 12.5% for BLPC in this case?
That's correct.
is it based on a range of 9.7% to 14.5%?
No, the range is higher than that, and I'm just trying to find my figures. When I look and I'm looking here at my figure 11, and I see that if I look at the average of my low estimates or the medium of my low estimates, it's a 11.3, and the average of my high estimates is 13.3. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm not looking at the very lowest or the very highest number.
Is there a reason for picking a higher range as opposed to going towards the lower side?
I don't believe one specific number, and the 9.7 you referenced comes from one model, and I don't think one model should be determining what range we are looking at. I think you need to look at a range that's created by all my models, and that trims both the low end and the high end.
Thank you. Is it accurate to say, other things being equal, the higher the cost of the equity, the higher the amount of the utilities requested revenue, and then the higher amount of the utilities requested rate increase? Is that accurate?
All else equal, yes, that would be accurate.
Okay, another question. Other things being equal, the higher the weighting of the common equity capital in the capital structure, the higher the amount of the utilities requested revenue, and the higher the amount of the utilities requested rate increase. Is that an accurate statement?
No, because the lower the common equity is in the capital structure, the higher the cost of equity needs to be. So you need to take the magnitude or the proportion of equity into account when you determine what the cost of equity is. If I were to use a lower equity ratio, I would need to increase the cost of equity.
Dr. Billiston, you've testified, is it accurate that you've testified for other electric utilities concerning the cost of common equity capital?
I have.
Is it accurate that on multiple occasions, the utility regulatory commissions have adopted a lower cost for common equity than your recommendation? Is that an accurate statement?
They would have done that on some occasions, yes, certainly.
I'm referring you to your filed affidavit.
Yes.
On page 1173.
Yes.
Yes. You list Orange and Rockland Utilities case, and you indicate that you filed testimony on the cost of equity on behalf of that utility. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And there's also an order from the New York Public Service Commission on April the 14th, 2022. Is that accurate as well?
There's an approval of a settlement.
And the New York PSC determined that Orange and Rockland Utilities should have a cost of common equity of 9.2% and a common equity ratio of 48% in their order. What did you recommend in that case?
To check, I believe I recommended a 9.5 return on equity and a 50% equity. But that is subject to check. I don't recall as I sit here.
Okay. Dr. Billiston, I'm also going to, were you a witness for Orange and Rockland, and you proposed the 9. Well, you just answered that, so let me rephrase it. So it's accurate to say then that the 9.2% that was adopted in that case was lower than your proposal. Is that accurate?
That is correct, but it's important to recognize that it was a settlement, meaning the parties agreed to that amount.
And also that the 48% common equity weighting in the capital structure adopted for Orange and Rockland rate case was lower than the 50% proposed as well. Is that accurate, ma'am?
That's correct. Again, it was an agreed upon capital structure.
Okay, can you look at your affidavit again on page 1175 at the top?
Yes.
On that page, you list a consolidated Edison of New York before the New York Public Service Commission. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is it accurate that Consolidated Edison of New York is commonly referred to as Con Edison or Secconi?
That's correct, yes.
Do you recall what cost of equity you recommended for Secconi in the Secconi 2019 electric or gas rate case?
I do not understand here.
Okay, but is it correct, though, that the New York Public Service Commission adopted a cost of equity of 8.8% and a common equity ratio of 48% for Secconi's electric and gas utilities in the 2019 rate cases?
They approved a settlement.
So when you, Dr. Billiston, when you say that they approved the settlement, are you saying then that in spite of your recommendation, or they did something different, or what exactly are you saying when you say they approved the settlement, so we can understand what that means?
What it means is that the company and interveners agreed on a cost of equity and a capital structure and proposed that the commission adopt that proposal. They would also have agreed on other items in the rate case, including rate base and other items, and they simply proposed to the commission that they adopt what the parties, that is interveners and the company, had agreed on, and that's what the commission did.
Thank you. I also want to refer you to the Arizona Public Service Company rate case before the Arizona Corporation Commission.
Sir, if I may, and I allowed the tenor of the questions to go on, but I don't believe that they form much relevance. We are talking about cases which none of the parties here have the facts. We are talking about cases across any number of jurisdictions which may have any number of factors influencing why the decisions were what they were. I don't know questioning the witness on each or many of the specific cases is going to help in any fair assessment of her testimony today. There needs to be a testing of her testimony today, not what she did in other cases where we don't have the facts of those cases. So I allowed it to go on, but it seems to be continuing, and I don't know there's a lot of value.
Mr. Chairman, sir, these were cases that Dr. Billiston referred to. I didn't research them or anything like that. These are cases that she actually referred to and said to use them to say, well, I gave evidence as an expert witness in these cases. So this is the reason why I'm asking about them. And to me, sir, they are relevant.
So we recognize that what public counsel is trying to do is to ensure that Dr. Wildenson, who is testifying here as an expert, is in truth and fact be able to be, the affidavit she's supplied to us, that we would be able to rely on it. So I believe that is where public counsel is going in this case. So we'll allow it.
Thank you, sir. I have a few more questions. Give me a minute, sir. Dr. Wildenson, are you aware, sorry, just a second. Yes, I was looking at the Arizona Corporation Commission decision. They adopted a return on equity of 10% in that case as a result of settlement. Is that accurate?
As a result of settlement, yes.
Mm-hmm. And are you aware that in that electrical utility company, they also operate the Palo Verde nuclear power station?
They do.
And other things being equal, an electric company that operates a power plant in the US would have a higher risk than a utility company that doesn't own an operating nuclear power plant. Is that accurate?
That depends, and it's clear that you can only compare to other US companies. A company that has a very large proportion of nuclear ownership might be riskier than the average company, but you only can compare to other US companies, not across the globe.
Thank you. I have a few more questions. Give me a minute, please. Okay, Dr. Wildenson, I'm looking here. My question is there a particular standard in the International Financial Reporting Standards specific to capital-intensive industries? And sorry, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm reading from paragraph 1 of your affidavit on pages 1129 and 1130. It says, I also provide consulting and expert testimony regarding the implementation of US GAAP and IFRS, that is, International Financial Reporting Standards for capital-intensive industries. So my question is there a particular standard in the International Financial Reporting Standards specific to capital-intensive industries?
No.
Do you agree that International Financial Reporting Standards are general purpose standards?
There are specific standards for example, construction and some other items, but most of the standards are general purpose standards.
Another question, would I be correct in saying that Barbados Light and Power's costs include a variable element of cost?
Certainly, there will be both variable and fixed cost.
Mm-hmm. And were you able at any time during your reports on cost of capital or cost of equity to quantify the increase in fixed costs resulting from the actual and or proposed capital investments during the period 2020 to 2025?
I did not study that topic.
Thank you. I have another question. The applicant's actual debt equity ratio during the test year was 26.76. However, it has been determined that the applicant should increase its debt in order to get its debt equity ratio to 35.65 to achieve a cost of capital that is lower than that of the debt equity ratio of 26.76. My question is, doesn't this higher level of debt financing increase the risk faced by the equity investor?
It does, but if you stick to, say, 35% debt, I would not consider it an excessive amount of debt simply because you're still having a cushion, and I think that cushion is appropriate. I would say if you were increasing the level of debt to, say, 60% debt, that would be dangerous, particularly in a country like Barbados. But 35% debt is well within what is standardly seen.
Another question, shouldn't the equity investor require a higher return on equity than what is being proposed?
If you were to approve a 36% debt, or instead of a 35% debt, you would have to have a lower cost of equity, but then you had more equity to apply it to. So what all my modeling assumes is that we have 35% debt, 65% equity, and that at the ratio I calculate the cost of equity.
This is my final question. In using a representative rate for the risk-free rate, you've chosen the United States 30-year Treasury yield, whereas for the market risk premium, you've selected this from a Caribbean region specific risk premium. Question, would it not have been more appropriate to refer to the Central Bank of Barbados for the risk-free rate?
Two answers to this. One, there is no good data on the cost of risk-free debt in Barbados. I looked for that. There's no good data on that. Second, my market risk premium is the U.S. market risk premium. What I did was, after I calculated my cost of equity, I applied a country-specific risk premium, and that country risk premium was not as a Barbados-specific risk premium, but a lower one of the investment-grade Caribbean countries.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Public Counsel. The Barbados Renewable Energy Association, Mr. Worm.
Good morning. Good morning, all. Good morning, Dr. Billitson. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Good morning.
Well, good morning. Nice to meet you. Just a few questions here, similar to what I posed to Ricardo last week, just in context, and he said that you would be the best person to deal with it. But just in your affidavit, you indicated that you were not able to identify similar companies to Barbados Light and Power, or data for similar companies to Barbados Light and Power in the Caribbean. So you use some natural gas companies in the US as a proxy for Light and Power's for your calculation of cost of equity. Is that correct?
I predominantly used electric utilities in the US. I checked my numbers against gas LDCs in the US. I did not find publicly traded investment grade utilities in the Caribbean that had the data I needed to estimate the cost of equity.
Okay, so basically you used North American or companies as the basis for your determination, correct?
That's correct.
Right. Did you use any or make any comparisons because with other companies in Barbados? Because obviously Barbados is Barbados Light and Power is working in
Mr. Worm, could you just phrase the question as succinctly as possible so the witness will be able to answer?
I thought I was trying to do that, sir, but I'm sorry if I didn't. The question really was Barbados Light and Power is working in the Barbadian environment. So my question really is, did you also look at what comparable, not necessarily utility, but also other businesses that may be working in the Barbadian environment and what their cost of equity was?
I looked at what power suppliers were allowed to earn as a return, and that was in the range of 14%. So that was the benchmark I looked to.
Okay. And then you came up with, as you had indicated earlier to the earlier questions, that you came up with a range of 11.3 to 13.3%, and you indicated that you should place Light and Power's cost of equity in the higher level of that range. Can you explain that a little bit better, why Light and Power should be earning a higher portion in that range?
Yes. Barbados Light and Power, the regulation in Barbados is expected to change. That means that all else equal, you would expect their risk to go up. Risk always goes up when you have changes. There's a changes in the regulatory regime. There's also a change in how you expect power to be generated going forward on Barbados. Particularly, the Barbados government is aiming to go more towards renewables energy. That also requires substantial investments and high fixed costs, as we talked about earlier with prior council, leads to higher cost of equity, all else equal. So those are some of the reasons. There's also the reason that Barbados Light and Power is a relatively small utility compared to the peers that I look to. So they need to be from what I call the median and upwards. And then I place them slightly above that median.
Okay. And because how would you respond then to other companies in Barbados who feel that Barbados Light and Power, being a utility and is able to get regulatory relief, whereas other companies in the competitive environment do not have that opportunity, but are not able to earn as high levels of returns as Barbados Light and Power may be granted? How would you respond to that type of comment or concern that other people may have?
Well, first, I acknowledge it's always a concern if companies have difficulties earning as much as they seek. Second, I would respond that we need to distinguish between what companies are earning and what the cost of capital is. And I think Ricardo earlier had some testimonies as to what the actual levels of earnings had been. And I know in many years they have been significantly below that level. So that's the first response here. Secondary, when we look at what Barbados Light and Power should be allowed to earn, we need to compare to comparable companies, that is regulated electric utilities elsewhere, because investors can choose to put their monies elsewhere. So therefore, I chose to look to North American electric utilities, look at what they can earn, and then make an adjustment for Barbados-specific risk in the form of a country risk premium.
Okay, and you also mentioned that the premise of your recommendation was that the CETR, which is a Clean Energy Transition Rider that Light and Power had applied for some time ago, would be in place. That was an assumption that you had made. Is that correct?
That is correct, because I had to make some assumptions as to what regulatory environment the company would be operating in.
Yeah. But don't you think that if the CETR was in place, that takes away some of the Light and Power's risk, because they're on regulatory lag, because if would be getting adjustments based on what they're spending, wouldn't that give them the opportunity to earn a little bit more, or adjustments be able to be made in a more timely manner, and therefore reduce risk?
It would make them able to earn their return in a more timely manner, yes, just like most of the comparable companies already are doing. Most of those companies do have infrastructure trackers that allows them to put items in rate base before an actual rate case. Therefore, if it was not approved, their risk would go up, and I would have to make an assessment as to how much it would go up. With that assumption that it would be in place, they would be comparable to the North American utilities who have these trackers and riders in place.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, because I thought it would actually create and bring it down. Do you also do you think that if Light and Power had a lower cost of equity, that they would not be able to attract the level of investment that is required, or loans, etc., that would be required to get them, or for them to be able to finance the projects that they will be needing to finance over in the coming years?
So first, I think that the company might be better able to answer that question than I am. Second, usually when we talk about access to capital, we don't talk about the next half a year, we talk more long term. And there's a further complication that, as I understand it, Barbados Light and Power does not issue their own equity or their own debt. Instead, it's issued by their parent company. So if you want a more elaborate answer, I think the company is better suited to answer that question.
Ricardo, are you in a position to respond to that, that comment?
Chair, the witness, Mr. Jennings, has already spoken to his opinion as to the company's ability to raise capital in the present environment. This would be part of his original testimony. So that is already on record.
I was just thinking it might have borne, you might have wanted to just repeat that. But if, Chair, if you rule accordingly to that, I have no further questions. I'm happy with the comments and question points.
Okay. So yes, so move on, Mr. Worm.
Yeah, I'm finished. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So from the Energy Division, is Ms. Cummins available?
Yes, I'm here, Chair. I don't have any questions at this time for Ms. Valinston.
So you will not be cross-examining this witness?
No, not at this time. No, sir.
Okay. Okay. Intervener team, Watson and Simpson.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Dr. Willitson, you refer to new investment in plant to support transitions in the market as one of the financial risk factors. On what information do you base this assertion?
It is known in the finance literature, and I could refer you to MBA textbooks, that a higher level of fixed cost, all else equal, leads to a higher cost of equity. As you invest in more assets, you get more fixed cost.
I'm not referring to the theory, I'm referring to the actual evidence that there will be a new investment in plant to support the transition. Did you have that information provided to you by the company?
That's correct.
And what information was that?
I think I refer to the capital expenditure memorandum.
Are you aware that the Barbados government first prepared a Barbados energy policy in 2006, then a framework in 2010, then a roadmap in 2016, and then a Barbados national energy policy in 2017, and now is now on to the current Barbados national energy policy?
I do not recall the specific dates, but I am aware it has evolved over a fairly long period of time.
And so you are aware that the company has supposedly been facing transitions in the energy market for the last 20 years.
Yes, they have been more materialized more and more as time goes on. And more it has moved from being a lot of variable cost in the form of fuel to being more and more cost in fixed assets, such as renewable generating stations, etc.
Were you provided with new legislation to justify the assertions regarding a new market structure?
I am not sure whether I was provided with legislation or newspaper articles, but I did see some information coming from the government of Barbados.
But you did rely on newspaper articles?
I don't recall as I sit here.
Were you provided with any signed new licenses by the Barbados Light and Power? Whether
No.
it's on, no. On what do you base your assessment that there is a risk of access to quote unquote certain labor?
Could you give me a reference?
Actually, let me withdraw that question. That's a question for Mr. Jennings, but I'll ask him after I've completed your cross-examination. Is the high cost of fuel a risk to Barbados Light and Power in light of the fact that fuel is a direct pass-through to Barbados Light and Power customers?
It is a risk, but it's not as significant as if there had been no pass-through. And when I say it's a risk, it's because there's a lag in the recovery. And the sooner the recovery is, the less of a risk it is.
Are you aware of the timing of that lag?
As I sit here, no.
Can you comment on how the Barbados Light and Power's depletion of the self-insurance fund from 140 plus million to about, I think it's 60 million affects risk related to climate and weather impacts on Barbados Light and Power storm responses?
That was not something I studied for my testimony.
Have you been provided with any licenses that have been granted to independent power producers?
No.
Are you aware that the Barbados Light and Power is only required to off-take independent power from actual licensees?
I don't know that I'm specifically aware of it. It doesn't surprise me.
Are you aware that the terms of the draft licenses have been deemed irrelevant in this application by Barbados Light and Power itself?
I don't recall, as I sit here, if I was made aware of that at any point in time. And I do think the terms of the licenses is different from what I'm talking about in my testimony, where I'm talking about the idea of splitting up the companies into several.
But those terms are the basis on which the company would have to assert that it's being split, because there's nothing else that would indicate that that's happening. So the fact of different forms of licenses does not automatically mean that the company will be split up. So I'm asking you if you are aware that the company itself has said that draft licenses are not relevant to this application.
As I sit here, no.
How does that assertion by the company that draft licenses are not relevant in this application affect your assessment of risk from a so-called new market structure?
I don't think it has much of an impact, because it's clear that Barbados is going through a transition of how their energy should be delivered and how it should be provided for in the future. And it's the transition that causes risk.
On what do you base your assertion in your affidavit that accounting separation will be required for Barbados Light and Power and that each business segment will be regulated on a standalone basis?
That would require that each segment has a separate license. That's what I assumed in my testimony. I know a lot of things has happened since then.
I'm asking you on what you base that assumption, since there are no new draft licenses to base it on.
That would be based on information from the company.
And what information? Is that the same information you referred to before, newspaper articles in particular?
It would primarily be conversations with the company on the proposed legislation that we would have to separate out parts of the electric power sector so that generation, transmission, distribution, and possibly others would have to be separated.
And did you independently verify the information given to you in those conversations?
I considered that what was in the news in Barbados.
Why have you chosen publicly traded electric utilities as a proxy group when Barbados Light and Power is not a publicly traded company? And I'm not talking about Emera, I'm talking about the applicant, Barbados Light and Power.
The only companies for which I can estimate the cost of equity using standard models are publicly traded companies. Then the question becomes, what are the best substitutes for Barbados Light and Power? And I think electric utilities are better than other types of it.
And did you do any, I'm going to use the term smoothing, did you modify your analysis to take into effect that Barbados Light and Power is actually not a publicly traded company?
No, for the reason, as I stated earlier, the ownership structure is not what matters. The nature of the assets is what matters. And Barbados Light and Power has assets that are similar to those of publicly traded electric utilities.
I note your reference in your affidavit to the one of your sources of information being the the Fair Trading Commission's decisions on feed-in tariffs. Do you agree that a feed-in tariff is not a license?
Yes.
I also note your reference to the impact of, or making your assumptions, basing your assumptions on the likelihood of the CETR being granted. Do you modify your assumptions in any way, given that that matter has not been determined? I don't know if I can say it's still pending, but it's not been determined.
No, my recommendation is based on it being passed for the reason that I explained before. It makes the company more comparable to the US electric utilities that I use as my proxy group. And if I were to know that it would not be passed, I would have to consider how much more risk that adds to Barbados Light and Power. And I haven't done that study.
Going back to the issue of fuel, to what extent did you analyze whether the risk related to fuel was skewed more to the company or to the consumers to whom the cost is passed through?
I did not analyze that question.
Thank you, Dr. Billotson. Mr. Jennings.
Yes.
Yes. Going back to the question that I had put to Dr. Billotson, which I think is really more appropriate for you. There is an assertion in your affidavit, in the memorandum of return, that there is a risk of access to certain labor. On what do you base your access to, your assessment that there's a risk of access to labor, and how do you define certain labor? You can take the latter part first. What is certain labor?
I believe what you're referring to, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's on page 739 of the application where I list out my view of the risks, and particularly looking at the island grid system and the infrastructure, including, you know, the generation mix and the fuel supply and access to energy markets. In essence, I think what we're trying to capture here is that as an island, we can't import power from, you know, a neighboring state or a neighboring island as such. And the generation plant that we have and the grid that we have sometimes requires very specialist labor to be able to effect repairs and to do other things that are necessary with maintaining and managing the grid. And sometimes, as we did face during the pandemic, and we do face from other times, at other times, is that the access to some of that labor can be restricted, and it can be impacted by logistics, by timing, by when it is necessary, availability of the personnel, and things of that nature. And that's what the risk was trying to capture. Does that help?
It is an answer. In light of your evidence that there is a management services arrangement between your parent company, which has considerable resources, and the local company, kindly comment on the extent to which that risk of access to certain labor, and the fact that you do have several sister companies in the region, and that you rely on those when you have catastrophic events. Can you comment on the extent to which that mitigates the risk of access to certain labor?
So I think being part of a strong utility group is definitely helpful in terms of being able to have discussions with larger suppliers, but I don't have the understanding that our plant is necessarily completely what's the word I'm looking for? That's the same as the rest and the others in the group. I understand from the technical folks that we do have quite a bit of difference with what we use and our stuff. So we end up needing the services of they refer to it as a OEM, original equipment manufacturer, and so on. So I don't think it necessarily results in I don't think that there are huge similarities between the type of labor that we need based on the specific issues with our plant, but I am batting a bit out of my crease here, so you'll forgive me. I don't think that there are that level of similarities that you're able to get the help from within the group. But what you do get, I think, from the group is the support of being part of the group, being able to bounce issues off of people and to be able to get ideas and things in the right direction.
Excuse Ms. Watson, if I may. Mr. Jennings, we were previously told that you have a services agreement with your parent and other companies in the group for which they provide HR assistance, correct?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Can you specifically speak to what services they provide? Bearing in mind that when we had ELSA last year, you did bring in contractors from Dominica, your sister company in Dominica, to work on fixing the grid.
Yeah, so those services I don't think are related to the risk I was trying to identify here. You are right that there are there's HR support that comes, speaking off the top of my head, things like employee wellness programs, employee assistance programs, those types of things that have that you get economies of scale from by pooling the group together. And you are right that when you have a situation such as storm response, that you get help from other affiliates within the region. We get that through Carolec as well. We are part of a part of Carolec, and we get that type of support. But what we're referencing here, I believe, is where you have a situation like, I don't know, I am out of my crease here with this, but something with a technical issue with a generation unit, a turbocharger has an issue, or a stack for one of the generators needs to be sorted out, or you have an issue with some sort of repair to control system for these units or so on. That type of stuff, it can have a debilitating impact on the plant, as I understand it, and it requires a specialist, and that type of specialist help that you need, that's not something that we have access to like some of the North American markets have, because we don't have that size scale with a particular unit that we have.
Commissioner, do you have any other questions? Yes, thank you. Mr. Jennings, because this is contained in your rate of return memorandum, can you tell me what, given that the company's, by the company's own evidence, the licenses are not relevant to this application, can you tell me on what the company is basing its assertion that there will be major license transitions and transitions in the structure of the company that will cause, that would have, say, material financial risk, material enough to be considered in this application?
Well, at the time of drafting the application, anyway, the reference is there to an emerging new energy market, and I don't know that there's any disagreement that we are in transition. I'm not
asking you what you're basing it on specifically. So we've heard about newspaper articles. We know the licenses have been said by you, not by anyone else, to not be relevant. And there is a reference to the BNet. I'm asking you what you are basing.
The actual licenses is what the comment that I have in the memo is that the government passed the legislation amending the number of the licenses. And I don't think, while we don't have the actual licenses in the discussion, I don't think that changes the fact that the legislation was amended and allows for the licenses. You definitely have a BNEP that's out there, and I think it's quite clear that the level, I don't think there's any secret that there's a transformation afoot in the energy market, and I think that's the basis on which the comment is made and the risk that has been faced.
Perhaps there is no secret, but we can't rely on nebulous statements, can we? So we want to get.
I don't think the statement is nebulous.
We want to get your explicit references that you're using as evidence in the matter to justify your assertion that there is financial risk to the company. You've made a reference to a change in the company's structure. On what are you basing that statement?
Yeah, so again, it was at the time of drafting the application, it was based on the fact that the legislation had been passed, and the required licenses in those legislations required and demonstrate a level of change and transformation is coming, and taken into account with the BNEP as well.
Is the legislation explicit in relation to a change in corporate structure for Barbados Light and Power?
Sitting, I can't recall exactly what's written in the legislation, ma'am. I wouldn't be able to answer that.
And are you aware that the Barbados government has been signaling a transition in this sector for about 20 years?
I am. And I'm also aware that the existing franchise we have expires in 2028, and the fact that we are at the end of 2022 and don't have an updated franchise for an additional, 6 years in front of us, where we're dealing with assets with lives of 30 to 25, 30 plus years, that demonstrates the risk that we're facing. So even if you ignore the actual content of the actual draft licenses, the fact that you don't have a renewal of the existing one, I think, illustrates the point equally.
But I think, Mr. Jennings, at the risk of being accused of being argumentative, you would be aware that recovery of assets is a depreciation issue and not a cost of capital issue. Is that correct?
I think the context of the question was more in terms of the risk that the company faces rather than
because we're talking about cost of capital and the risk associated therewith.
That's a point I'm making. I'm saying that the risk that we face is one of the uncertainty, which is, different to the capital recovery question.
However, Mr. Jennings, you do not cite in your affidavit or in the attached affidavits or the memo on rate of return any concerns about the end of a franchise. Is that new evidence that you're introducing?
don't know that it is new evidence being introduced. I think in the same paragraph that refers to new energy markets, it says the company is currently a vertically integrated utility operating under one license which expires in 2028. So I don't know, as new evidence being introduced, it's right.
But it's not being utilized as evidence to ground the cost of capital or the rate of return, and that's what we're speaking of now. So we're not looking outside of that. Understood, but there are lots of other things in the same paragraph. So I'm speaking specifically about what you're relying on. We're talking about the financial risk. Are you asserting that there is financial risk in relation to the expiry of your license, of your franchise?
I am. That's what's written there. The new energy market and the fact that they, yeah. I don't think.
And is the potential expiry of your franchise a matter that was assessed by Dr. Villetson in her assessment of the cost of capital?
That's a question for me or for Dr. Villetson?
That's a question for you because the memo is yours and the application is the company's.
Oh, this information and memo would have been shared with Dr. Villetson.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings. I don't have any additional questions for either witness.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. So we'll take a 20-minute recess and resume at 12.
1, 2.
As we resume, the panel will ask a couple questions before we move on to the next intervener. So, Mr. Griffith.
All right, so Mr. Jennings, first. So please explain the difference and interaction between the hypothetical equity ratio of 65 being requested in the application and the 59% equity ratio requested as part of the regulatory capital structure.
Sorry, between the 65% requested
in the application and the 59% equity ratio requested as part of the regulatory capital structure.
I'm not sure what there's a 59%.
Yeah, because I think you were saying there's different percentages in equity between the
yeah. So
right.
we've applied on the basis of 65% of equity and 35% debt, and the actual at the end of our test year was, I think, 74-26, and I think we're heading towards the 65-35. But what was confusing me just now, the 71-39 is what it was at the end of the test year. So the much like in the last application, we've asked for a structure that differs to what the actual is, and we've explained in the memorandum and in the application why it differs.
Okay. Mr. Jennings, if we could just refer you to page 1158.
1158.
Figure 13.
Oh, I think I know what it is you're talking about now. Okay, thank you. 1154, 1158. Okay. Yes. Yeah, sorry. Thank you. That's very helpful. So the 65-35 is the debt to equity ratio that we are targeting before the introduction of the non-traditional, the customer deposits and the deferred tax credits, which is so how the targeted debt to equity structure and the actual debt to equity structure are done on the basis of just the total debt and the total equity, and that's the basis on which those are reviewed, which is 65 and the 35. After you do that calculation, then consistent with the approach and the precedent that would have been set in the last application, you introduce the customer deposits and the deferred investment tax credits, the deferred investment and the deferred manufacturing tax credits, and that has the impact of further reducing the cost of debt for the weighted average cost of capital for the customer deposits, because those are 3.5%, and keeping and not affecting the cost of capital for the deferred tax credits. So the idea is that the notional amount, the actual amount that we look at is just looking at pure debt and pure equity. That's the 71.29 that we're at now, and the idea is to try and move that unadjusted amount closer to the 65-35, which is before the introduction of the other sources of capital.
So we're getting the understanding that you're seeing the 71.29% is where you're actually only referring to your long-term debt.
That's correct, yes.
Right, and not to other sources of debt.
That's correct, yes.
Currently, could you explain to us the whole notion of customer deposits? How are customer deposits treated in your financials?
So customer deposits are shown as long-term debt in the financials.
As long-term debt?
As long-term debt, yes, they are.
Right. So in essence, if you're saying that these are long-term debt, how are you only in describing your capital structure only refer to the other long-term debt,
right,
as the hypothetical 35% you're trying to achieve?
Yeah, so the customer deposits, unlike the other long-term debt, don't have fixed maturity and repayment dates, and they don't have, they're not secured with the debenture trust deed. So I personally view them as different in that manner. So the other long-term debt, there's a fixed period of time, a fixed repayment set of terms, and a fixed set of conditions that you have to comply with, and that is a little different to the customer deposits that, in essence...
We understand
Okay.
that. So we are just asking that reference is constantly being made to trying to get your capital structure to 65%, 35%, because you're seeing that in your stated capital would represent, or your shareholders' equity would represent 71%, while your secured long-term debt represent the 29%.
Yes.
What we're trying to get understanding is, how are you not seeing that all of the debt, your long-term debt, your customer deposits, your deferred income tax credits, and your deferred manufacturing tax credit, why are these not seen as part of your total debt package as presented here in Figure 13? So in essence, you're saying you're seeking to get to a 65-35 capital structure. What Figure 13 is showing us that you actually have a 59-41%. So we're just trying to ask you to explain the difference.
I don't know that I have much of an explanation besides what I said before, I think. I think in terms of determining the weighted average cost of capital, I don't think that, I think the customer deposits for sure affect it, and I think that's why they're included there. And the deferred tax credits don't affect it, which is why they're weighted at the amount before. I don't know that there's any more I could say on that, to be honest.
We're just trying to get a understanding, because reference have been made throughout the proceedings that you are seeking to achieve a 65%, 35% debt to equity.
Yes,
ratio.
on the basis of the traditional debt to equity type. So if it was misleading, I don't...
No, I'm just saying it so, but the regulatory capital structure as you present here actually shows a 59%, 41%. That's why we're just asking you to explain the difference.
Yeah, that's after introducing other sources of,
Yeah, okay. Continue to,
Right, so based on what you just said, does the company have a formal policy in place that sets out a target financial capital structure?
So no, there isn't a formal policy as such, but certainly I think it's in the interest of the customer to have a debt to equity of 35-65, but as it stands, where the equity percentage is higher than the notional structure that exists, that is to the expense of the equity shareholders. So we have been trying to get to a capital structure that is more in alignment with that notional structure. But to answer your question, there isn't a formal policy as such.
So who is responsible for setting the actual financial capital structure at Barbados Light and Power Company?
So the actual structure would be the function of the equity and the debt, the
question is, who is responsible for it?
When you say who's responsible for it in terms of determining 65-35 as the point?
Well, the capital structure that you have.
Yeah. So the responsibility would be with the applicant.
Would be.
Sorry, I'm not sure I'm following the...
The applicant is responsible for determining the capital structure of the company. Is it the board? Is it the managing director? Is it the senior management team? Who is responsible?
So I think we answered an interrogatory on this. So we've looked at our actual capital structure over the
to have a person who is, as Commissioner Rowan said, is it the board, is it the management team?
Right, so ultimately the board would have responsibility for managing the capital structure. I certainly play a significant part in determining and recommending where that goes, and I do that with support from external consultants such as the Brattle Group, and understanding what our current position is and what the forecast looks like.
Okay. In response to the Fair Trading Commission's interrogatory sent on August 31st, as Exhibit RB 32, question 7, in relation to the company's actual equity amount being greater over the 2010-2020 period than that used for rate-making purposes as part of the 2010 decision, it is stated that this, and I quote, is to the expense of investors who are then denied the ability to earn a reasonable return on investment. Has having an actual equity ratio greater than that used for rate-making purposes harmed the level of investment in the company?
Not to my knowledge, it hasn't, but it has harmed the ability of the equity investor to earn a reasonable return on its investment.
So can you explain why you think it hasn't harmed the level of investment in the company?
Because I believe that the level of investment in the company has been driven by the needs of the company, and I think that that's not been reduced or informed by the level of equity versus the debt. I think the assessment of the type and level of investment is more driven by need than it is driven by that debt-equity ratio.
Last Thursday during questioning with the company's Mr. Aline, when discussing the company's request in the application to use a 65% equity ratio as part of the return computation, you mentioned that you examined certain benchmarks. Could you please describe the benchmarks and associated data points that were examined?
So when we're looking at the level of debt, what we look at is trying to make sure that the level of risk associated with the company appears reasonable. Our existing debt governance right now have as a benchmark a default 50-50. So we're trying not to get close to that 50-50. I think, between the range of 60-40. I think 65-35 is perhaps the point that I would say is what would be a good number for us. In terms of how that is determined, well, we know the appetite of debt providers to be able to provide us financing for the funding, the investment that we need. We know that they're comfortable with the percentage that we have, and we've also shared with them the notional structure as well, and we know that they're comfortable in that regard. And that, of course, is reasonably evidenced by the competitive rates that we receive.
Good morning, Mr. Jennings.
Good morning. Sorry, good afternoon.
Good morning, Dr. Williamson. Oh, sorry. Good afternoon. In response to Fair Trading Commission's interrogatory sent on the 31st of August, please refer to Exhibit RB32, Question 2. It is stated that you reviewed BLP's year-end 2020 financial reports and the components of its regulatory capital structure and compared it to the hypothetical capital structure and the based. So it is found to be reasonable to continue this approved capital structure. Could you please expand on the basis of how you found it reasonable to use this hypothetical financial capital structure of 65-35? That is equity debt.
Sure. Good afternoon. So first, I look to several things here that it's clear that if we look to the traditional financing matters, Barbados Light and Power has more equity than the 65%. So if anything, in a hypothetical capital structure, we would reduce that because 70% or so equity would be higher than what we normally see. So what I did to find it reasonable is, one, it's supported by the actual capital structure. It was approved in the most recent decision by the Fair Trading Commission. And third, what I looked at is what are some of the capital structures that has been approved by, for example, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission in the US, and they have approved up to about 65% equity. I think technically actually 65.4 or something like that for pipelines. So there are examples of what has been approved in the past of that magnitude, and the fact that it's supported by the actual capital structure and the fact that the Commission has approved it in the past made me find it reasonable. And then I should also emphasize that my cost of equity estimation process takes into account that level of equity.
When recommending the use of the hypothetical capital structure, the 65-35, did you examine the capital structure of other utility companies in the Caribbean?
I looked at some, yes.
Please describe your analysis and findings.
So I looked at the recent decisions from Barbados. I looked at the recent decision from Jamaica. Those are the two that I can recall as I sit here.
Considering now your proxy group, did you include any of these in your proxy group?
No, because they're not publicly traded entities.
Dr. Villadsen, can you tell us what is the highest equity ratio FERC has approved for electric utilities?
For electric utilities, they don't actually regulate electric utilities. They regulate power utilities for which they typically approve a 60% equity. They approve transmission companies for which they have gone up to 64% equity, and they regulate pipelines.
And can you tell us what was the equity ratio for Jamaica?
Excuse me, could you repeat the question?
I asked if you could tell us the equity ratio for Jamaica.
I believe the most recent decision was a 50-50 equity structure, capital and equity and debt.
Dr. Villadsen, in your affidavit on page 1158, figure 13,
yes.
We note that you would have, in calculating this regulatory capital structure, you're showing here that the equity would have been 59% and other non-traditional sources of debt would account for 41%. You agree?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, still stating the 65%, how do you see, for example, customer deposits fitting into the whole debt structure of the Barbados Light and Power Company?
So customer deposits are neither long-term debt nor are they equity. They are an obligation of the company, and we know the specific rate at which it is being paid out, namely 3.5. And that's the reason why we have to include this, because the 3.5 is determined, and therefore we have to lower the overall weighted cost rate by that amount so that it corresponds to the 8.79 rather than the 9.1.
So would you agree that the $47 million in customer deposits is available for use by the Barbados Light and Power Company over the short term?
For the short term, yes, it is.
Yes. And so, and they represent about approximately 5% of the total asset base of the company.
That's what the calculations show, yes.
Right. So I'm just saying that we constantly use the notion of the 65%, 35%. But the 35% that you are referring to is only looking at secured debt and no other source of debt capital that can be used by the Barbados Light and Power Company. Is that correct?
This 35% is looking at traditional debt in the form of bonds, etc. It's not looking at obligations other than debt.
Right. That is what I'm saying. So the whole notion here that only the traditional sources of debt was included in that calculation of a 65%, 35% ratio. Or you're actually saying...
Yes, that's correct.
Right. However, we do agree, or can we agree, that there are other sources of funds that are currently being used by the entity in financing its assets?
That is correct. These sources can temporarily be used to finance assets. Of importance here is that if I were to lower the equity percentage to 59% in my calculation, I would increase the cost of equity.
From 12.5%?
From 12.5% to something higher.
And your basis for that?
Because the lower your equity percentage is, the higher your financial risk or leverage is, and therefore standard finance theory has methods to convert that number you're calculating at 65% into a number that's relevant at 59%. Therefore, the presence of this is not something that's costing customers, because on the standard finance theory, the cost of capital, that is the overall weighted cost rate, is the same regardless of how you finance it. The only thing that really impacted is the cost of debt. And that's the reason we do this whole calculation, because the customer deposits are cheaper, and we need to take that into account in that weighted cost rate.
But in your calculation of your cost rate, didn't you use the capital asset pricing model to determine the cost of equity capital?
I did, yes.
Okay. And so I'm trying to understand your premise in stating that if it is now a 59%, that you would choose to use a higher rate. I thought your rate for the calculation of your cost of equity was based on your calculation using the capital asset pricing model.
So yes, and in the capital asset pricing model, one parameter that enters this is the so-called beta, or the systematic risk. The beta, or the systematic risk, is different at different capital structures, or the relevant beta is. So what we would do is we would look to the sample companies and take their beta. We would then unlever it to find what would be the relevant beta at no debt for a company, and then re-lever it to whatever the target company's equity percentage is. Here, 65%. And at 65%, that beta is lower than it would be at 59%.
Yes, we understand that, but we have also questioned the whole use of the sample companies in the study in terms of, I would want you to explain why the sample companies would be appropriate for a monopoly company in the Caribbean.
So there is no really good sample for a monopoly company in the Caribbean. Ideally, as I say in my testimony, I would like to see publicly traded electric utilities in the Caribbean. And such sample does not exist. So the question becomes, what is the second best sample? And I look to what can we find in terms of electric utilities. I think regulation is very important. So whatever companies I choose needs to be, in your words, monopolies that are regulated by a regulator. And I look to North America because we have a solid sample of publicly traded companies. And the other question is, who owns similar assets? That would again be electric utilities that own similar assets. Predominantly, the utilities I chose own transmission, distribution, generation assets, similar to what BLPC owns.
Okay. We'll continue a little bit more on this discussion. Dr. Scott Joseph.
Dr. Williamson, are you familiar with the debt profile of BLP?
Reasonably.
Okay. Are there any of these loans contracted in US dollars?
I don't recall. I think most of them are in Canadian dollars.
Is it therefore reasonable to use the US $30 Treasury bond as an estimate for the risk premium?
I think what is really important is to be consistent. So if I use the US risk-free rate, which at the time was quite low, I also need to use a US market risk premium. I cannot mix and match. If I were to, for example, pick a Caribbean risk-free rate and a US market risk premium, that would not be reasonable. I need to make sure that everything matches up. So you have to choose. And the reason I use the US rates is there is no good long history of publicly traded bonds from Barbados. You could have looked to other countries in the Caribbean. And then you get the problem of what market risk premium should you use because they differ from country to country. So that was my problem here. And so I chose to instead go off the route of using US data and then convert it to Barbados using the country risk premium.
Are any of the loans in the profile extend a maturity date beyond 20 years? Are any of the loans in BLP's debt profile extend beyond 20 years?
I don't recall.
Mr. Jennings?
No, they do not.
So is it reasonable to use a 30-year Treasury bond, given that the interest rate would vary depending on the length?
Yes, and I think for two reasons. The first reason is I think it's important to use a horizon that reasonably matches the life of the assets we are regulating. These are long-lived assets, so that's reason number one. Second, when you choose the risk-free rate and the market risk premium, you need to make sure they match. So if I were to use, say, a 10-year risk-free rate, I would need to increase my market risk premium to be a risk premium that was over the 10-year rate and not over the 30-year rate as the one I'm using is.
Okay, can I direct a question to Mr. Jennings? Mr. Jennings, as a follow-up to interrogatories of August 12th, an Excel sheet was submitted. In that Excel sheet, you provided their interest rates for 2019 for Scotiabank, which is 2.25% for 2020 and 2.05% for 2021. Can you describe the manner in which the interest rates are determined? Before you respond, are these interest rates fixed? Are they variable? How are these interest rates determined?
The interest rates are determined and set by the bank, and they are based on, they're submitted as proposals. We tend to go out, when we have to raise capital, we do a request for proposal. We go to multiple institutions and they send in proposals. We evaluate the proposals and we select a preferred bidder. We negotiate terms of the contract based on the preference, and then we of course proceed to do the regulatory applications associated with it for the raising of the debt. Most, if not all, of these rates are fixed rate loans over a period of time. I believe, I'm not sure the ones you referenced. Could you tell me which ones you referenced again?
Okay, Scotiabank, 2.25% of 2020.
Right, for 51 million.
And that for 2021.
Sorry,
for 2021. If you notice, these loans have the same interest rate of 2.05%. Is it the same loan?
Let me see if I find the actual interrogatory. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. You say August 12th?
Yes, please. Are these loans from the same committed borrowing facility?
Just one moment. Trying to find the actual spreadsheet. I can't seem to find the spreadsheet. Sorry, maybe if I look at the 2021 financial statements, I could follow better.
The Excel sheet was submitted in response to interrogatories of August 12th, Exhibit RB 31.
For some reason I can't seem to find it. Sorry. So the question, let me see if I can figure out a different way to answer the question. So you're in the interrogatory, we have listed two sets of loans, one for 2.25% and another one for how much? Sorry.
2.05%.
2.25% and then one 2.05. Do you have the balances?
One moment, please.
Sorry.
There are two loans from Scotiabank. 2.05%, that's the rate. And there's another one from Scotiabank, 2.05. Are these the same facility?
No.
One of 2020 and one of 2021.
Those would have been raised on different dates. I can't recall exactly which dates they would have been raised. There's how those will be different credit facilities. They are contained in the same credit agreement because how it works with Scotia is that they tend to issue a new credit letter, but they're two different loans. They're two different credits.
Do you consider these interest rates to be reasonable?
I do, yes.
When assessing the interest rates you provided, did you estimate what would be the proposed credit spread over a risk-free asset?
No, I did not.
Why do you think it's important to examine, not to examine the credit spread, sorry?
Well, typically what we do is we do an RFP process and we evaluate based on the proposals that we receive. We don't look to a risk-free spread at that rate, but before doing the evaluation, we tend to do a market rate. So essentially what we look for is what's the most competitive rate that we can get on the market, and that's the process that we follow.
Do you therefore consider not considering this credit spread as a reasonable way to look at the changes in the loan interest rate provided?
Sorry, can you say that again? Not looking?
By not examining or considering this credit spread, do you still maintain that the interest rate provided is reasonable?
I do, because I believe we've tested the market and we've obtained the rates at what the most competitive terms at the time.
Okay, we will move to the next intervener. Mr. Wendt, are you available to cross-examine the witness?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon.
I'm Dr. Valenceng. I hope I pronounced that right. Valenceng? Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In your analysis, would you have taken country risk, industry risk, and company risk into account in arriving at the cost of equity?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. You kind enough then to in that analysis then, examine that risk. Would I be correct that you took the future outlook heavily into account?
In looking at the industry risk or the company specific risk, yes. In looking at the country risk, that is calculated based on the recent history. And that was done not by me, but by Professor Damodaran.
All right. Well, why would do you think that the country risk, and I would want to go through all the with it, why would that not take the future into account, future outlook?
It implicitly does, in that it looks to equity securities and it looks to debt securities and the pricing of those. But it's not something where you look at a specific forecast. It's where you look at what does the financial markets tell you as of today.
Okay. In your exhibit BV5, I think it was. I think that's the one where you look at the country risk premium. And I think you would have looked at that over 2017 to 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Would I be correct that do you have it before you? Could you give me an idea of how the Barbados risk would have changed over that period? That's on BV, I think that would be your BV5. Exhibit BV5.
Yeah. So over that period of
Yes.
over that period of time,
Yes.
the country risk premium for Barbados would have stayed relatively stable. It was somewhere between 10.6 and 11.02 towards the end. So it was relatively stable.
Could you take another look, please? Because I'm seeing that the Barbados risk would have fallen to 7.37% in 2020 and 7.26 in 2021.
Yes, it would have fallen slightly over that period of time. Yes,
Yes.
I agree with that.
All right, thank you. And the associated equity over the period would have gone from a excuse me, please, a high of 19.83 in 2019 down to 11.98 now in 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct, and to eliminate any of that effect, what I did was I looked only to investment grade Caribbean utilities to determine my number.
To determine your number. Oh, correct. So in that country risk, I'm gathering from you that Barbados, the future outlook would have been taken into account. Now, if I look at that, would you say then that going down from, I think the highest at 1 point for the country risk is 13.87, and we're down to 17.26 now. That's 2019 to 2021. Would that suggest that the country risk is improving substantially?
I would say yes, it's improving, and that's the reason why I chose to, instead of relying on a Barbados country risk premium, to rely on a risk premium of the investment grade Caribbean countries, so that my highest number is 4 point something, well below that of Barbados.
Yeah, but even at that, Barbados is still higher than most of the other countries in your sample. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So thank you for that. Now, if you could take a look at we've looked at the country risk, if you could take a look at the industry risk.
Yes.
This would be now, I think, around your BV6, that exhibit. Is it correct that the capital would have been below 10%, the cost of capital would have been below 10%, possibly going as low as 6% for the electricity sector?
The cost of capital might be down in 6.5% or so for the electricity sector, but that's before any kind of but that's the way the cost of debt and equity. The cost of equity is in a wide range, but the average is right around between 9.5 and 10.5 if you look at the US sample.
Yeah, because when I looked at that schedule, I am not seeing any that is above 10%. And I'm seeing them going as low as 6%. I'm trying to, so why would the electricity sector in Barbados be so different? Could you explain that to me?
The reason for the electricity sector in Barbados being different is the country risk of Barbados. Barbados is simply a different kind of country than the US. The US is a very stable country. It has a country risk premium of 0. And the table we just looked at indicate that Barbados has a country risk of in the range of 7% or so. So it's a very different country than is that of the US. It's also true that US utilities are on average significantly larger.
Yeah. Now, in that respect, with the companies that you examine, are those operating, any of them, are they operating in monopoly environments like Barbados?
Most of them are, yeah.
And for those that are operating in monopoly environments, what type of cost of capital you're looking at there?
The cost of capital they are being awarded is commonly in the range of about 6.5% is typically the overall cost of capital they're being awarded.
And that is for the ones which are operating like Barbados in monopoly type environment.
For all of the companies in my sample, they have 80% or more of their assets operating in monopoly-like settings.
Yeah, okay. Could we now take a look at the company risk? Because we've looked at the country risk, we've looked at the industry risk, in which case electricity. Could we look now at the company risk, please? We were just looking at the debt profile recently. Would you, and if not, if Mr. Jennings could ask you, are you aware then that the BLPC raised 57 million at 2.25% and 76.9 million at 2.05%? That's 2020 statements. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of that.
Yes. So back then, if Barbados outlook, would you say back then we've just shown that the country outlook was worse? Would you say that the outlook for is better today?
That's a tough question. It might have been better when I provided my testimony. I'm not so sure it is today because of the inflation and everything else that's going on in the world economy. So it's important also to emphasize that when they raised this level of debt and these costs, the investors or bond investors took into account the capital structure profile. There is a lot of equity backing that debt. If you were to reduce the equity percentage, the cost of debt would increase.
Yeah. And so the average debt was 2.78%, but yet you're aware that Lighting Power was able to raise $57 million at 2.25% and 76.9 at 2.05%. Correct. Now, has the Barbados Lighting Power ever defaulted on any of its loans?
Excuse me, could you repeat that question?
Has, if you're not able to answer, Mr. Jennings would be able to assist, but has the Barbados Lighting Power Company ever defaulted on any of its loans?
I do not believe so, no.
All right. So would I be correct then that we've seen that the country risk in Barbados is falling? We've seen that the industry risk in its comparative examples are 6.5% in the US for its cost of equity, for comparable monopoly type environments. And we've seen that the track record of the company Lighting Power is excellent. So why should then the spread between the debt and equity be so much higher than in 2021? In 2021, sorry, than in 2020.
So let me address that in two manners. One, yes. The cost of debt that was raised in 20 and 21 was at very good rates that are beneficial to customers. And they were raised on the back of a lot of equity and on the backs of EMERA. There's comparable rate for debt in the US was well over 3% at the time. So, and why is the spread so large? Well, it's so large because all the risk that goes to Barbados investors goes to the equity investors. Remember, at all times, debt investors are paid off before there's anything left for equity investors.
Correct.
And at 65% equity, the debt investors are almost certain to get their money. Equity investors are not. And it's clear that the country of Barbados has faced significant troubles in the last, say, 10 years.
Question. I'm getting that the country risk was really high, almost twice what it is today. Yeah. But yet we were able to raise loans at that amount to, average 2.78. Why is it then that I'm still not understanding why. Why would we then have to see a cost of capital of 12.5%?
The cost of capital is not 12.5%. The cost of capital is 9.1%. And
sorry, the cost of equity, sorry. The cost of
equity is 12.5%.
Yeah,
and that is because, and that is because if we look at a comparison to US entities, which are used for my estimation, you need to have somewhere between 3% and 4.19% higher return in the Caribbean. If you look to the investment grade Caribbean utilities, and I hope in that assessment was based on Barbados eventually moving towards being an investment grade country.
So what I'm getting from you, Dr. Ferguson, that in the US, that average is 6.5%. And are you saying that the difference in Barbados in the same monopoly environment, then that goes to 12.5%?
No, the 6.5% is the average cost of capital, not the average cost of that. The average cost of equity is somewhere between 9.5 and 10% in the US. So we are requesting something that's in the range of 2.5 to 3% higher, which is country risk premium.
In the 2010 hearing, are you aware what the cost of debt was at the time?
The cost of
debt
was about 3.2, 3.25, something like that in the US.
Right, and in Barbados, it was 5.25%. Are you aware?
I was aware it was in the range of over 5%, yes.
In 2010? The company at that time requested 13.5%. Are you aware?
I know that, yes.
And what was approved by the commission at the time?
I don't recall. I read the decision, but I don't recall.
Right, so that would have been 10%. Now,
that was the cost of capital, not the cost of capital.
What I'm asking now is your 13.5% is now equating to 12.5% when the debt was 5.25% versus that of 2.78%. Would it not be reasonable to conclude that the spread between debt and equity, given the improving performances in all the metrics that we see for Barbados, should that not be less than in 2010?
No, because back in 2010, Barbados was an investment grade country. They became non-investment grade in 2012, which is after the decision was made.
So even though after the decision was made and the investment grade of Barbados and the lenders are satisfied if we see debt at 2.05% and 2.25%, which is they see the same experience. Are you still saying that then we should be facing an equity of 12.5%? Because I mean the debt providers are going to be seeing the exact same metrics and are looking to take 2.05% and 2.25%. Why would we be looking at 12.5%?
So international debt markets have changed dramatically because of mostly monetary policy by the federal banks around the globe. That's the reason interest rates have fallen so dramatically since 2010. They're now starting to raise again because of federal policy mostly. So back in the day, Barbados was an investment grade country, and therefore equity investors did not face the kind of risk they face today. Admittedly, equity investors today face less risk than they did before 2019, when Barbados was even lower graded. And that's why we were moving towards that country risk premium that was an investment grade country risk premium rather than the Barbados specific premium.
Yeah, I'm still having some difficulty, but I'm going to have to, because I'm recognizing that, we're approaching lunch as well. My difficulty, I must tell you, is that you were saying to me back then Barbados was, not the best investment grade, and the debt was higher, equity was higher, but now the debt is much lower. I'm still being faced now with the same challenge. I'm not understanding that. Mr. Jennings, go ahead, sorry. Continue.
I'll try one other simple fact, that is, if you look at the data historically, as interest rates decline, the market risk premium increases. So over this period of time, especially the time when the federal government in the US, the Bank of Barbados, the Bank of Canada, everybody did a lot to lower interest rates to keep investments going. During that time, interest rates, and not just government interest rates, all interest rates declined.
Yeah.
At the same time, what we call the market risk premium increased because technically how we calculate the market risk premium is the market return minus the risk-free rate. So when the risk-free rate declines, the market risk premium goes up. The return on the market is much more stable than is a risk-free rate or an interest rate that's driven by the federal government. At the same time, also what has happened is that electric utilities around, at least in the Western world, it doesn't matter whether you look at the US, Canada, or Europe, have become relatively more risky. They have become to look more like the market. They have, in technical terms, the beta has increased. And I think the reason for the increase is the transition of the energy markets that has made them look much more like the rest of the market, like them look more like other companies that's trading on the stock market. So, and I think that is what is really reflected in that higher cost of equity.
And are you saying that many of those markets, as they approach towards looking more of those utilities, as they become more like the market, is that not because that the utility sector has become more liberalized?
In terms of the utility sector, it has, in most of these countries, not changed much in terms of their regulation. Maybe it should, but it hasn't. In terms of how they have organized themselves, it's much more that there's enormous amounts of investments going in to try to satisfy more reliability, more clean energy, which requires longer transmission lines and all of that. That is really what has changed.
Just two final questions for me. Would you say that risk is higher for publicly traded electricity companies or for privately held electricity companies?
What rates are we talking about?
The risks. Sorry. Would you say that risk is higher for publicly traded electricity utility company or for privately held utility company?
I don't think you can say one or the other is more risky. The risk of undertaking your business is the same. It depends on the risk of the assets, not on the ownership.
Not on the ownership.
No.
Randy, are you aware of any utilities in moving towards optimal type capital structure between, for argument's sake, debt and equity? Are you aware of any of those companies that pursue that strategy by paying more dividends?
I wouldn't say they're moving towards an optimal capital structure. I'm aware of companies trying to manage their capital structure by either retaining earnings or issuing dividends, as the case might be. But I don't know that they're pursuing an optimal capital structure. I do work for a utility in Alaska that is retaining all of its dividends to increase its equity percentage.
What's the equity? Would you kindly share that with us, the structure of that equity at the moment?
They currently have 45% equity, and they want to get to 50 to 60% equity.
And they're retaining they're not paying dividends. They sort of
they're currently not paying dividends, and the plan is to go forward, pay limited dividends until they get to at least 50% equity.
I think that would be it for now for me, Dr. Fullerton. Thank you very much for that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wendt. Dr. Fillinson, in your affidavit, you would have identified that you would have used the capital asset pricing model, the empirical capital asset pricing model, a single-step discounted cash flow analysis, and a multi-stage discounted cash flow analysis and risk premium. Is that correct?
Yes.
So could I direct your attention to figure 11 of your paper?
Sure.
Chair, if you could help me, what page?
This would be page 1154.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sorry about that. So I note in this table that you would have collapsed the single-step discounted cash flow analysis as well as the multi-stage discounted cash flow analysis into one line.
Yes.
Okay. Could you explain to me why you would have presented it that way as opposed to allowing us to see the results from all 5 models?
I think I did that because all the numbers are presented in my figure 11, which is on page 22. So what I tried to do in figure 11 was to try to talk about what conclusions do I draw from that.
Okay. And could you explain to me the final column, how you calculated this point estimate for the various models?
So what I looked at in the point estimate was, as my base point, I looked at what is the midpoint of the low and the high estimate, and then I rounded it.
Okay. So and any reason why you would have used the medium as opposed to an average across the models? Is the medium your preferred measure of central tendency?
I thought it was the better estimate here.
Okay, so now invite Lieutenant Colonel Brown.
Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
As I understand, your role is to essentially to estimate the cost of equity for Barbados Light and Power, and then you went on to actually work out a cost of capital. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And sure, talking about the cost of equity, is it that you attempted to estimate a fair return on BLPC's equity? Was that the objective?
That's the intent. The intent is to estimate a fair return that grants the company the same risk-adjusted return as that is available on other investments.
Great. When you say risk, Can I understand exactly what you, are you speaking specifically of risk to investors?
For the estimation of the cost of equity, yes.
Right. So I take it that whenever you use the word risk in this assessment, you're talking about the risk to investors.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's what matters for the cost of equity.
Great. And I tossed the word fear in this now. Fear, I assume, also refers to investors. Is there any consideration in your assessment of fairness to other stakeholders?
So what we are attempting to do is to estimate the lowest cost of equity or cost of capital that will grant you the same return as is available on other similarly risk investments. You should not, for example, grant something that's higher than that, because that would not be fair to customers.
So there is some consideration.
Yes.
Okay. You appear to define equity as shareholders' equity plus retained earnings. Is that generally correct?
Yes, it's total equity.
Why not customer deposits? What was different with customer deposits?
Customer deposits do not belong to investors. Customer deposits belong to customers.
Thank you. I agree. How about retained earnings?
Retained earnings belong to equity investors.
Is that always the case, or does it depend on the source of the retained earnings?
It would always be the case unless there's a contractual agreement contrary to that.
So just help me to understand, in a situation where, and specifically in the case of Light & Power, you have a situation where over the last 10 years, for example, ratepayers would have paid something like $6 billion in rates into Light & Power. During that same period, investors would have invested zero. You're saying that any accumulated retained earnings actually belongs to the investors.
Yes, because that is presumably generated by the allowed return on equity, and whether the company decides to pay it out to the equity investors or not is a different question. They might need it in the company to actually buy more assets that can serve customers. There are cases, obviously, when you do pay it back to customers. That is when there's a pre-agreement on earnings sharings or anything like that.
I understand that, generally. The difficulty with regulated public utilities is that there's a component of retained earnings that are intended to build out the infrastructure, to maintain the infrastructure, so that when customers pay a rate, part of those payments are intended for expansion of the electrical infrastructure so that it meets future needs, as well as ongoing maintenance and operations. To that extent, would you disagree that retained earnings essentially belong to the BLPC itself and not for ongoing operational use, at least a part of it, and not to investors?
No, I don't think I'll agree to that, because retained earnings is a compensation for providing equity capital, and it could be many ways where you could finance your operations. You could pay dividends to shareholders, and shareholders then pay more into the company. That would be another way of obtaining the same results. Now, in most utilities, not just in the Caribbean, but anywhere, they retain a substantial amount of their earnings for the purpose of providing infrastructure. It's a source of capital to provide infrastructure.
Okay. Okay, and doing your calculations, my understanding is that you essentially pulled together a group of some, I think there were 39 similar operations in the United States, and you were able to use the market information to arrive at an average group market risk premium. Is that generally correct? So you kind of selected 39 operations, and you were able to use the detailed data to come up with an average market risk premium for that type of business. Is that correct?
I came up with an average cost of equity for that type of business. Yes.
Okay. One of the the primary consideration from your report is that these were all companies whose shares were operated in the open market. Is that correct?
That is correct, because that's the manner in which I can implement the financial models.
That's right. And in fact, there were a couple that you screened out of the sample because of strange things, major changes, for example, in share prices and unusual activities in the market. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I should say for clarity, I also screened out all companies that operate more than that are not fully regulated. In other words, those that don't have a
right.
So those were also left, or anyone who has not investment grade or anything like that.
How would you judge Light and Power's match to that group? Would you say that that group properly represents Light and Power? It's in a different jurisdiction. These are all market-based shareholders. Are you comfortable in comparing what happens at Barbados Light and Power with such a completely different proxy group?
Yes, once you're careful about your application, because what really matters for the cost of equity is that they operate the same type of assets. And these, especially the electric utility group, which I relied primarily on, operates transmission grids, distribution grids, some power generation. So in that sense, they have the same type of assets as do Barbados Light and Power.
Yes, but I got the impression reading your report, and it was a very interesting report, that to a large extent, that factor in your equation, you call the MPR, the market risk premium, is a market-driven criteria. To the extent then that an organization that does not operate, that is protected from the market, cannot, by definition, be exposed to market-driven risks. How would you respond to that?
My primary response is that when you're trying to look at what is the cost of capital or the cost of equity, it's primarily an issue of what is the risk of the underlying assets. So that's why I always go to look at companies that have similar assets to the one I'm trying to estimate the cost of capital for. I need to have something that operates in the same manner, something that has the same type of assets, same amount of capital intensity, same kind of operations you need to maintain your power lines and so forth. And I think for that purpose, those companies are similar.
I actually understand that. I agree with that. But you certainly would agree that over and above that, the completely different operating environment must have a fairly significant impact. I do agree that we need to look at the similar operations. But surely, in the case of Light and Power, you're talking about an essential service, a monopoly sales privilege in Barbados. Shares privately held and not exposed to market forces. And in all fairness, in 2020, a company with $354 million in retained earnings. I mean, this is not a high risk. This is not a high risk operation, is it?
So the risk of the operation and the risk primarily of the assets. So if I look to my comparable companies, virtually 80% of what they do or more is also providing a monopoly service. And it's, again, they have an obligation to serve. That's what they do. They operate in one or more jurisdictions with the obligation to serve. They have a unique right to serve that territory they're in, whatever that might be. So they're similar in that sense. They have the same characteristics. in terms of the company's risk profile, so I think they're very similar to a lot of the other electric utilities. If you look at the balance sheets of my comparable companies, and actually even more so if you look to the gas LDCs, they have enormous amounts of retained earnings sitting on their balance sheet. And they have that for the purpose that they use that as one method to finance their infrastructure. Right. They retain earnings to finance infrastructure, just like does Barbados Light and Power.
Right.
Dr. Wildenson, if you can explain for us basically how market risk premium is calculated, I think it could add some clarity. How you would calculate market risk premium?
The market risk premium, which is an input to the capital asset pricing model, is the same for every company in a market. So if you're looking at the US market risk premium, it is the technical definition is the expected return on the market minus the expected risk-free rate. And how we calculate that primarily is to say, what has it historically been? We go back decades and calculate what has the return on the market been, the stock market, you can think of the S&P 500 or the Barbados market, minus what has been the risk-free rate. And here, and I think I talked with earlier about this, it's very important that if you say, I want to implement my model using a 30-year risk-free rate, then you need to use a 30-year risk-free rate when you calculate the market risk premium. You can't mix and match. You have to be consistent. Does that help?
Lieutenant Colonel Brown, because I think the question might have been more trying to help a non-financial person understand how you would be able to get an expected return on a market in a monopoly situation. So I think this is where you were trying to explain your use of the sample group, because I think persons were having a little bit of a difficulty in terms of being able to calculate that expected rate of return on a monopoly company.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think I actually understand that, and I appreciate the clarification. And I do support, I understand exactly, I thought the report was quite clear on that. Where I'm a little bit hazy is, okay, we've established the US position and I'm happy with that. When translated to Barbados, however, I'm not comfortable with the level of objectivity that seems to have been applied in transferring those numbers to the Barbadian situation. Let me give you an example and let me ask a question. In the US situation, because the shares are on the market and subject to market pressures from other operators and from the general customers and the general public, poor operation or inefficient operation could easily result in the company going out of business and customers going to other suppliers, those kind of forces. That does not exist in Barbados. And as you yourself said in the report.
Fraser has a question, Lieutenant Colonel Brown.
Sorry. So now I was trying to understand the objectivity applied in transfer. How did you transfer the understandable scenario that you established in the US environment? What was the objectivity in transferring that to Barbados, that we can clearly see that the important factors that you established in the US market properly translate into the Barbadian market? So
there's two questions here. One is, how do we transfer it into the Barbados market, and how do we transfer it to BLPC?
Right.
So in terms of transferring it into the Barbados market, what you look at is, what is the country risk, what risks are investors exposed to relative to those in the US? That is the country risk premium. And as we talked about earlier, to not overestimate that risk premium, I looked only to the Caribbean nations that has an investment grade credit rating. I ignored the Barbados itself because it's too high probably going forward. Second, then there's the BLPC piece. And while it's true that there's no competition for BLPC shares, there's certainly competition for capital, and it should be exactly the same, because why would the parent and the investors in the parent invest in BLPC if it's not treated as if it was getting a fair return, as you started out saying. So it needs to be a fair return so that they want to invest in BLPC. There should be no difference in terms of that and a publicly traded entity. And just for clarity, the entities I have in my US sample, they don't face competition either for being load taken away or anything like that to any significant degree. There could be solar rooftop just like in Barbados, but it's not as if there's another company coming in and taking the load.
But in terms of competition for capital, you're familiar with the investment history of the Barbados Lightning Power over the last 10 years?
I have seen the financials, but I'm not sure I can recall it as I sit here.
So let me put it another way. I'm trying to understand the critical importance of having an attractive investment environment created through rates, when in fact, in the last 10, well, in the last 15, in the last 20 years, the total investor capital injection into Barbados Lightning Power, it has been zero, not. So in those circumstances, how does it become critical? Now, I understand that perfectly in the US environment, where much of the capital is actually raised on the stock market through investments in the company. But do you see that the environment in Barbados is completely different? I mean, there is no interest. It is not open to the market, and the history is there has been zero investor funds coming into the company.
Okay. Lieutenant Colonel Brown, remember that your
question
in the witness and not.
I started the question, Doc, so you just concentrate on the question.
Okay.
So let me respond to that by saying that is exactly why we see that amount of retained earnings, because of the challenges of getting investments into Barbados. The way the company has done their investments into Barbados is to retain earnings, not paying dividends to the parent company, but they retain earnings. They could change that if they so choose. They have chosen to invest so far into the company by letting their retained earnings sit in the company so they can be used to buy new infrastructure.
But can I put that a different way so that you can tell me what is wrong with my perspective? Because you are right. There has been significant retained earnings, but I have to tell you that. Well, I should ask you: are you aware of the concurrent levels of dividends paid during the period?
I don't recall, I would have to say.
Would you like me to offer something, and Mr. Jennings can tell me if I'm wrong? So, for example, since the last rate decision, dividends paid has been something like $538 million dividends. So while retained earnings is at $354 million or something like that. So I agree, there has been significant retained earnings, but there's been even more significant dividends paid out. And in fact, is it not critical that a utility like Barbados Lightning Power target the replacement of infrastructure, especially in a changing environment? You outline the changes that we all see in the future. Is that a particular reason why retained earnings should be high? And I'm still trying to understand. You explained it, and I'm beginning to understand why there need to be a cost on retained earnings that actually belong to Lightning Power. Help me to understand why this is like my own money that I'm going to use to invest in my own business or my own life. Why is there a cost to that? Apart from the opportunity lost from not having it in the bank, for example. I'm not sure why I understand there's a market risk premium attached to retain earnings that actually belong to the Barbados Lightning Power Company Limited. Why should there be a cost attached to that? That has not been fully clear to me. Can you help me with that?
Sure. So any kind of earnings the Barbados Light and Power Company has belongs to their shareholders. So they could take that money and invested in some other market, in say the US market or in the Canadian market or in Europe, wherever they so choose, if they got it as dividends, they could take the money out and invest that. So what we are trying to assess is how risky is it for investors to leave that money in BLPC and let it be used to provide infrastructure in Barbados. And I would say using that money is no different from the other types of equity Barbados Light and Power has. It is being used to provide the same type of infrastructure. Therefore, it should have the same kind of return. If, for example, you were to say, and I'm being hypothetical here, that you would not grant that money a reasonable return, then why would the investors leave it in Barbados Light and Power? Why wouldn't they take it and invest it someplace else? So far, they have chosen to leave over 300 million in the Barbados Light and Power Company so that it can be used to improve infrastructure and whatever else is needed for in Barbados.
Okay, can I ask you though, are you aware that one of the conditions of the franchise for running the Barbados Light and Power Company Limited is that the franchise holder undertakes a commitment to maintain the infrastructure at a high quality level and to make adequate investments to prepare the infrastructure for future reasonably expected changes that the customers will expect. Are you aware that this is a fundamental requirement? At the point that, and therefore the option of the company...
Allow the witness to answer, Mr. Brown.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, and that's the same requirement as you see for the companies in my sample. They all have an obligation to serve and maintain adequate and safe service.
So the option of taking the money out and investing in other jurisdictions is really off the table, isn't it?
They can sell the company.
Oh, well, and that is where market come in. They're not on the market, so it's not actually for sale. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have. That was a statement. I withdraw that, Mr. Chairman. Okay, are you aware, Doctor, that there are other methodologies available for estimating the market risk premium, especially for privately held stocks? Are you aware of other methodologies?
There are many methodologies available for estimating the market risk premium. Some are better than others. I presented also in my paper for the market risk premium, I presented also a forward-looking market risk premium, which is an estimate using the discounted cash flow model. There are other methodologies people sometimes apply.
That's right. So, specifically for privately held stocks, are you familiar with the discounted cash flow methodology?
Yes, I applied it in my paper.
So that's one of the methodologies you use in the paper?
Yes.
Okay. How does it differ from the other approach?
So while the capital asset pricing model tries to place the cost of equity of a specific entity in relation to the market, right, the discounted cash flow model assumes that the expected future cash flow that accrues to any company is equal to the current stock price discounted at the cost of equity. So you implicitly calculate the cost of equity that makes sure that future expected cash flows gives you the stock price today.
Okay. And you saw no need to actually apply that methodology rather than the traditional?
I did apply that methodology.
Oh, you did? Okay. Can I go on to the cost of capital? How exactly does the overall corporate debt to equity ratio that we've been talking, I mean, we spent a lot of time talking about this, and I'm trying to fully understand it. How exactly does that ratio impact on the cost of capital? And if I could just expand on that, is this not just a benchmark that is used to profile companies so that you know, for example, to look at the financial leverage, so that you know that if the debt to equity is too high, then you know you probably, or if it's too low, you can make decisions about the overall leverage of the company? That's two questions too. Sorry about that.
I'm not sure which question I'm answering here.
Okay, let me go with the first one. What exactly does the overall debt to equity ratio, what does that mean? What is that meant to convey to us?
What it conveys to you is how the company finances its assets.
Right. And that information can be used to conclude what?
That information can be used to conclude a number of different things. For the purpose of calculating the overall cost of capital, it's the way we weigh the cost of equity and the cost of debt.
Right. Great. And it gives information about leverage.
Yes, it is the leverage, how we determine that.
So am I understanding correctly then that when we speak about the cost of capital in layman's terms, because that's what I am, a layman, what we're actually talking about is the cost to the company of accessing the needed capital to fund ongoing operations and projects during the financial period. What it costs the company to fund ongoing operations and projects during the financial period. Is that what cost of capital really is?
Yes, with one small clarification, that the way we commonly determine the cost of debt is to look at what they have historically paid for the cost of debt, and that might not be the cost of debt during the period that we are setting the weights for.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Brown, how much more questions do you have, or would you prefer if we can break for lunch and come back? So just give me an indication of how much more questions you have.
So if I said 3 more, could we? Maybe about 3 more, so not lengthy questions either.
Okay.
So in terms of the split then between, okay, so we've agreed the cost of borrowings needed to finance company operations. So then my understanding of leverage is a mechanism where in the interest of the customers who are paying the bills and the investors who benefit from attractive cost of equity, there need to be some sort of balance, and this is where the 65-35 comes in. So that the company can then, is it true then that the company can then, if we apply the 65-35, which you have done in your assessment, that then allows the company to build 65% of that capital as using equity and 35% using market rates for debt. Is that generally correct then?
No, because as you change the capital structure, you also change the cost of equity and the cost of debt. The more debt you have, the higher the cost of debt. The more equity you have, the less the cost of equity. So many finance textbooks will tell you that within a reasonable range, the overall cost of capital is almost the same regardless of where you are. There's not much of a difference. So you can't say just that if you have a high equity percent, it benefits investors, and if you have a high debt percent, it benefits customers. That would not be true, because in average, it really doesn't matter much as long as you don't have excessive amount of debt or excessive amount of equity.
Okay, I accept that, but my question was very, very general, so I accept what you're saying. Just the last question then, really. I promise the chairman I wouldn't ask too many more. So, are you not concerned about the level of subjectivity in arriving at the final return on equity by balancing between such a wide range from, I don't know if you remember your table, does it not concern you that having done such intricate calculations, you then arbitrarily choose some midpoints and made some decisions about what would happen if the CETR is not granted, and arrive at some figures that actually sounds to be quite, and help me to understand why these are not completely arbitrary, to be quite honest.
So first, I would say it's certainly not arbitrary. I calculate ranges, and I have to have my cost of equity be in that range.
Right.
And then you try to look at, for example, what I estimate given my ranges is I find that my medium looking at all of these is 12.25, and I have a whole numbers. They're actually not that different because what I have if I look at my figure 11 at the right hand side, I have numbers from 11.5 to 12.75. So it's really not that arbitrary. It's a very relatively narrow range when you think cost of equity estimation. So, but it is clear that there is some judgment into it, and you can't avoid that because the cost of equity has to be estimated. It's not like the cost of debt, which you can just calculate if you have a big enough calculator.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, can I have one question for Mr. Jennings?
Yes, please.
Mr. Jennings, you have constantly been saying that the access to loans by the company is to some extent moderated by the level of investor rewards or returns that the company is able to provide. Given and I think Mr. Wendt touched on the ability of the company in recent years, and certainly during the test year, to access fairly significant loans in the open market at unbelievable rates of interest, to be quite honest, and in fact, did not even utilize all those loans, according to some reports. Could you explain how you can, how is that justified? How is it that it's going to be difficult to access ongoing loan debt financing when the recent history has been that this has not been a problem at excellent interest rates on first-class terms from the open market?
Sure. So, like I said in earlier testimony, our ability to raise financing will become far more challenged if a reasonable rate of return is not allowed for. And the reason for that is that the existing loans that we have been raised on the basis of having reasonable regulatory relief and rates built into the forecast. So as it stands now, the last set of debt that we raised were on the basis of a forecast that showed an increase in rates. We have not tested currently what the situation would be with a forecast without the rates, but if you look at L2, I don't think L2 is the schedule, that shows the forecast on the existing rates. If we continue as we are, I don't think that forecast will allow us to be able to raise debt at reasonable terms. I think certainly it'll, in the first instance, start to cause the cost of debt to increase because I think the level of risk is likely to be viewed as far more risky. I said in earlier testimony that the debt service coverage ratio was approaching, less than 2, coming on to 1.35 without any rate relief, and that I think certainly will cause the cost of the debt to increase. And then beyond that, I believe if it continues unabated, then our ability to access capital at all will be challenged. Our ability to raise debt will be challenged.
Mr. Chairman, if I had Mr. Allen representing me, I'm sure he would object on the grounds that Mr. Jennings is being speculative in terms of what the bankers will say, unless Mr. Jennings have a document where the bank said that the loans were contingent on this. This is what you're saying is that this is what you think. Is that correct, Mr. Jennings?
That is correct. This is my testimony, yes.
So my lawyer's objection would have been upheld, if I understand it correctly. But that was my final question, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Brown.
Dr. Williamson, I want to revisit briefly a question I had earlier about the debt profile. You confirm that there are no U.S. denominated debt in the profile. Therefore, what is the rationale behind concentrating on the U.S. market I want to follow through with another question, so you can think of both at the same time. Going back to the proxy group, if you look at the annual revenues of the companies in the proxy group, the assumption is these annual revenues are a lot larger. Most of these companies' annual revenues are a lot larger than that of BLPC. Correct, Mr. Jennings? The annual revenues are...
Sorry, I haven't actually checked.
Oh, sorry, my apology.
Yeah.
Page 10. Okay, sorry. 1138, figure 1.
Sorry, yes, those companies certainly have much larger revenue than BLPC does. And just on one point of clarification, if I could, I don't want to speak to it for Dr. Willitson, but we do have one US dollar denominated loan and the rest are in Barbados dollars.
Thank you. Dr. Willitson, so my question to you is, given that the characteristics of these companies as it relates to the size, relative to BLPC, and given that the debt profile is largely denominated in domestic currency, what is the rationale for utilizing the US market as the basic assumption or underlying assumption to proxy these variables?
So let me start with why the US sample. So when I started this analysis, I looked to the Caribbean and I looked to the Latin America to see if there was a suitable group of companies that could be used. I was looking for companies that primarily operate as an electric utility that has a monopoly market in the area and that has data available for estimation and has no, what I would call, no issues. In other words, I'm not interested in companies that has gone bankrupt, companies that are being transacted, companies that somehow are non-investment grade, because such companies really don't have, their market data are not representative. There are no such good group of companies. So that's why I look to the US. And so it's really a pragmatic issue. The companies I found in the Caribbean either have very large issues of various sorts, which means that they will have growth rates that are like 20-something%, which would give me a cost of equity estimate in 25% or so. I don't think that's reasonable. And the reason is not that they really have that cost of capital, it's because they either have very low growth in one year and then very high growth the next year. Or alternatively, it was companies that you just couldn't estimate the numbers for the capital asset pricing model for. So that's a pragmatic reason. Then you asked me about the size question. So the size question is not a concern of mine in this case. And the reason for that is there's a lot of academic literature that shows that a company of larger size, all else equal, has a lower cost of equity, which means that when I estimate my cost of equity using these large companies, I'm probably underestimating the cost of equity. There's also a whole series of tables that Duff & Phelps produced where you could add to this estimate to get what it would be appropriate adjustment for the size. I did not do that. So what I would say to that is, if anything, by using these larger companies, I'm one, making sure I have sufficient data and they are reliable data. And two, if anything, I'm being conservative in my estimate, which I think is less of a concern than being aggressive.
Okay, thank you. We'll now adjourn. Sorry, we'll now have recess for lunch. We'll resume at 2:50. Sorry.
2. Hey, 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. We continue with our cross-examination of the two witnesses. Dr. Scott Joseph, you have a couple questions.
Good afternoon. Mr. Jennings, if the rate of return was insufficient, that the cost of debt for the company could increase by approximately $6 to $7 million, could you please clarify how that estimate was calculated?
Sorry, was there reference from if the rate of return was not sufficient?
Can you speak up, please?
Sorry, I was asking, I'm not sure I followed the reference. That's listed somewhere.
It was mentioned that the rate of return was insufficient, given the cost of debt that the company has. And it was also stated that what is required is about an approximate $6 to $7 million.
Oh, sorry, I think the reference, I think that I made to 6 to 7 million, if that's, is it quite, sorry. I believe the question came up when I was being examined, I can't remember, some time ago, about whether if the rate of interest were to move from the weighted average cost of debt from 2.78 up to 5.6%, what the impact would be. And that was the estimate I gave then, was if you have the same level of debt that we have now at 5.6%, the increase would be about between $7 and $8 million. I believe that's the only recollection I have of any comment about any increase in interest costs.
Okay. As it relates to the equity-based WACC, can you indicate or explain your rationale for not including the cost of consumer deposits when determining the rate for deferred tax credits?
So in the last application, there was a lot of discussion about that, and the conclusion reached, I don't think we disagreed with. I can't remember all of the discussion now, but the idea was we followed the same precedent that was agreed at that stage, following all of the discussion and the analysis then.
Thank you. Dr. Willenson?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You assigned the BLPC a rating of BBB. Can you indicate the rationale? Can you indicate how these weights were assigned? What are the factors? What are the methodologies went into play when you assigned this rating, or assume the rating is BBB?
So I calculate my numbers as if it was a BBB. Barbados Light and Power does not have an independent standalone weighting. So what I did is I didn't want my assignment of a weighting to influence how I calculate the cost of equity. So they were assigned the same weighting as the company in my sample. That way it does not impact my numbers.
Can you repeat the last part of your statement, please?
So if I assigned it the same weighting as the sample average, it will not impact the numbers. If I assigned it at B, the cost of equity might have increased. If it was lower or it decreased, I didn't want that to happen.
Are you aware that Emera Inn, the company's ultimate parent company, has an S&P issuer credit rating of BBB?
I'm aware of that.
Do you believe that this credit rating represents the company's risk?
I believe it represents Emira's company risk. I am not sure it represents Barbados Light and Power's risk, because for me to assess that, I would need to calculate things like credit metrics on a standalone basis. I don't know if the company can answer that, but I haven't done that calculation.
Mr. Jennings?
No, we haven't done that calculation either.
Do you believe that the risk represents BLPC? The rating represents BLPs?
I wouldn't know how to answer that question. We've never, to the best of my knowledge, we've never been evaluated on a standalone basis for what our credit metrics would be.
Dr. Wilson, do you believe that the empirical CAPM approach is widely used by investors?
I believe it's used. I believe investors use a variety of different things. I don't think it's used to the same degree as the capital asset pricing model. We are lucky in this instance that the difference is very small in terms of the results for this specific proceeding.
Is the empirical CAPM widely used by regulators when determining the ROE? Is the empirical CAPM widely used by other regulators when determining ROE, rate of equity?
I'm not sure what's meant by widely used. Widely used, but it's certainly used by the New York Public Service Commission. It's used by the Federal Communications Commissions. It's used by the Mississippi Commission. It's used by the Alabama Commission. It has in the past been used by the California Commission. So certainly Commission use it.
Okay. Based on the magnitude of estimated alphas in your document, in certain academic research papers which you reference, there's a footnote. A summary of the alpha is referenced in footnote 6. Can you indicate what range of alpha you are referencing from the research papers?
The alpha obtained by research papers broadly range from 1.4 to 7%. I use a number of 1.5, which is towards the low end. And I do that because that is a conservative estimate. The higher the alpha, the bigger the impact. So going to the low range of the research papers will be a conservative estimate.
Do you agree that this is a wide range?
It is a wide range, yes.
Thank you. Most of the research papers that you reference are approximately 30 years or more. Are there any concerns here as reasonableness is taken into consideration when calculating the alphas from these reports?
There would be if there wasn't corroborating evidence. Corroborating evidence generally comes in the form of what we call farmer-friends models. Farmer-friends models, like the empirical capital asset pricing model, find that the market security line is flatter than what the capital asset pricing model will indicate, and therefore has the same effect. Implementing the farmer-friends model is a bit more convoluted, so I took a short step.
In your research, did you find any recent papers?
Specifically on the empirical capital asset pricing model, no.
Thank you.
Dr. Wilson, I'm also looking to some extent at your use of the risk premium analytical method. Do you consider the risk premium approach you've adopted to be a market-based measure of the return on equity?
No, it's not. It's the one that looks to can look at non-traded entities, which we discussed before, and it's a supplementary method.
Okay. In cross-examination this morning by public counsel, you would have stated that these rates were achieved, the return on equity rates were achieved through settlements between the interveners and companies. So why did you use these settlement agreements in the determination of your risk premium?
I used all the data that was available. I have in the past tried to look at the difference between settled and not settled entities, and I didn't find there was much of a, if any difference, there's at least not a statistical difference. So I used these weights, everything decision I had.
Okay. And in terms of looking at your financial risk adjustment, does a utility income tax rate impact on the market value of its equity?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And do you expect that a utility income tax rate will influence the utility management decision regarding its capital structure?
It might.
Okay. So if I can draw your attention to, we're going to page 1139. Okay. Where I'm looking at in paragraph 19. Regarding the overall cost of capital financial risk adjustment calculations performed as part of the discounted cash flow model analysis, your capital asset pricing model analysis, and the empirical capital asset pricing model analysis, is the overall weighted after-tax cost of capital resulted for each proxy group company intended to be a representative estimate for each proxy group company?
Yes, it will represent that for the company in question.
No. So, do you believe that the approach of using the Barbados Light and Power representative tax rate of 2.6% for the US-based utilities included in your proxy group is internally consistent and represents the US-based utilities' overall after-tax cost of capital?
No, it's meant to represent the overall cost of capital in a tax environment in Barbados. So I should not say it represents the individual company's cost of capital. It represented if it was based in Barbados, with a Barbados tax rate.
Okay. So on page 1202, it is mentioned that the financial risk adjustment calculation involves the use of the target company's capital structure on a book value basis, and the market value capital structures are used in estimating the overall cost of capital for the proxy companies. Can you explain the difference between the book value capital structure and the market value capital structures?
Yes. So the book value capital structure is what is on the books of a company. So for Barbados Light and Power, we will have the target company's capital structure at 65% equity and 35% debt. And I should distinguish here between the market value capital structure only pertains to the capital asset pricing model and the discounted cash flow model. Because here what we do is we estimate the cost of equity using market data in the marketplace. So what investors will see is the market values of everything they look at. So that's what we estimate for the sample companies. The one exception is for the risk premium models we talked about earlier, where that pertains to the regulatory capital structure of the companies. So that is what also is used to determine what should that be when applied to Barbados Light and Power.
Okay. So like in US listed utilities, are the market values for the equity component of the capital structure usually greater than the book value?
For most companies, yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So if the book value and the market value capital structures typically differ, Please explain how it is appropriate that the method you adopt assumes that the market and book value can be used interchangeably in the overall cost of capital rearrangement.
I am not using it interchangeably. What I am using is, I am using the standard methodology as described in textbooks of the Hamada adjustment to determine what is an unlevered beta. That is, what is the cost of equity that would be applied to each and every one of my sample companies if they had been 100% equity financed. That's where I use the market value capital structure. Then I ask myself, what is it going to be applied to? It's going to be applied to the 65% book value. And that's what I use here.
Dr. Williamson, are you aware of the GDP estimate that was used in calculating total sales? Are you aware?
In calculating total sales in this application?
Yes, please.
No, I'm not.
Okay. In your document, in the application on page 1149, you stated that using the US GDP growth rate projection is problematic and plausible. You also indicated that it is plausible that the GDP growth rate of Barbados could be lower than that of the US. Can you kindly indicate why do you believe that Barbados' GDP will be greater than the US GDP growth rate?
I don't know what the current estimates is. I looked at the time at estimates of various points in time and saw that Barbados looked at the time of it. I found a GDP estimate of right around 4% for Barbados, whereas the US GDP was 3.9. So it didn't give me a huge amount of heartburn, but it is clearly an issue that you could at all points in time have different GDP growth estimates in Barbados and in the US.
Are you aware of Barbados' GDP growth rate for the year 2020, which is the test year for BLPC's application?
No, and that would actually not be the relevant number. The relevant number is the forecast for as far out in the future as possible, because that's where I use the number.
Have you examined the historical growth rate for Barbados and the US?
No, I have not. I have examined the forecasted growth rates for Barbados and the US, which is what I'm using in my models.
The approach of using the US growth rate implicitly assumes that the country risk will account for any differences in growth patterns. Also, not making an explicit adjustment in the multi-stage model, but considering the limitations in the model as you proceeded in the application. Can you please explain why you consider, given these limitations, that this multi-stage discounted cash flow model has limited or little limitation?
I think it has limitations. This is one of my 4 models I present in my tables. And what gave me comfort at the time was that the World Trade Organization forecasted the Barbados GDP to be slightly higher than the US GDP, meaning that the DCF numbers should come out slightly higher for Barbados than for the US. So that was what gave me comfort in applying that model.
Should we therefore implicitly assume that the country risk premium will account for differences in GDP growth patterns?
It will only be necessary for the DCF models, and because of the growth rate was at the time very comparable, I didn't view that as being an unreasonable consideration.
Given the 2 scenarios you presented for these models, can you confirm that these models are robust in that they consider different market conditions?
The models are robust in that the two scenarios I consider is two different versions of the country risk premiums, and that's basically trying to have some bookends on what it could be. So that is my first consideration. In terms of also making sure the models are robust, I consider 4 different models, or 5 if you consider both the DCF, single stage and multi-stage DCF, to make sure I cover the range. And it gives me comfort that when I look to the median on all of these models, they're in a fairly narrow range. What is not so narrow a range is their country risk premium, and that is generally the toughest number to assess.
Dr. Billingson, could you just explain for us again, how did you determine the average risk of the electric utility proxy group?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
How did you determine what the average risk of the electric utility proxy group is? You could just share with us how you determine that.
How I determine the average risk is primarily based on what is the beta estimates, and I looked also at what is the average equity percentages. I looked at what kind of mechanisms do the average company have relative to what you would expect. So that is sort of how I looked at it, and then I looked at the average and the median of these companies.
Okay. So could you explain the choice of beta? Does this beta reflect the business risk of utilities with a monopoly on distribution and the capacity to pass on the major costs like fuel to customers automatically?
The beta estimates present the systematic risk of electric utilities that have a monopoly and operate distribution, transmission, and in some cases, generation assets. All of the companies in my sample have a fuel clause adjustment. They can pass through fuel costs to customers.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Wildenson, in your analysis, you presented the return on equity results that included either a country risk premium of either 2.78% and 4.19%. Is that correct?
That's correct.
At Exhibit BV2, page 11, footnote 9, application page 1192, you state that a 2.78% rate is based on a company's weighted average cost of debt. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. On the same page of the application, you detail the basis for your country risk premium estimates. Here you describe that based on Professor Damodaran's estimates of country risk premiums over the period January 2017 through to July 2021, that the estimated country risk premium for Caribbean countries with investment-grade bond ratings was 1.9%, and for all other Caribbean countries, it was 4.19%. Please explain why you use a 2.78% weighted average cost of debt for the lower bound of your country risk premiums and not 1.91%?
I don't believe 1.9% is appropriate. I believe you can do one or two things here. You could, for example, go and say, let's look at the average of the 1.9 and the 4.19, which could be 3 point something. Or you could look at what would be an appropriate risk adjustment. And here I thought that the low rate would be, for example, that on a very low cost bond, that would be another low end determination.
How is the company's 2.78 weighted average cost of debt similar to a country risk premium estimate? And can you tell us why it is appropriate to use it?
So that is the cost, low cost that the company pays for its debt. Whereas if you're looking at the risk-free rate at the time in the US is close to 0. So you would look at what is sort of the lowest you could consider being a risk premium you would add to that.
Okay, I refer again to the same page of the application, and you describe the 2.78% rate as an absolute minimum country risk premium estimate as it is measured using debt instruments rather than equity instruments. Did you examine the country risk premium measures using equity instruments? And if you haven't, could you please explain why not?
I use equity. I looked at equity instruments. I used debt instruments. If you look at equity instruments, you unfortunately get very varying results. Damodaran, for example, look at Duff and Phelps, for example, look at that number. They get a country risk premium for Barbados that's, I think, unreasonable. They have about 10% for 2020. Whereas if you look at the Caribbean countries for which they do report the results, they have in a range of 6 to 7%. That's again very high. So what I ended up doing, instead of looking at the equity instrument, I looked at what Damodaran estimates as being the country risk premium, which is based on market returns and debt instruments, and then also looked at the cost of debt.
Do Professor Damodaran's estimates upon which you rely account for equity markets in any way, such as in relation to equity market volatility?
He reports the equity market volatility.
In response to the Fair Trading Commission's interrogatory sent on August 12th, Exhibit RB 31, question 25, subsection C, it is stated that you reviewed the country risk premium estimates available for the Caribbean countries in the Duff and Phelps online cost of capital navigator platform at the time when you prepared your analysis, and that the estimates were consistent with those published by Professor Damodaran. Please describe the estimates available on the Duff and Phelps platform, whether the estimates were close to the 1.91 or the 4.19% estimates you calculated using Professor Damodaran's data.
They were probably closer to the 4.19%. Duff and Phelps calculate two different types of country risk premiums. They calculate a default risk premium and they calculate what they call a market risk premium, and then you can deduct what the difference is to the US market risk premium. So there's a bit of a difference to the numbers I used because Duff and Phelps only calculated for a few countries in the Caribbean. They don't calculate for many of the countries I looked at. But what they do get in terms of the numbers they have is anything from about, I think the lowest number, if you take, for example, the Caribbean countries for which you do have data, is 5.3%. And then you go up to something along the lines of 7-8% if you look at ignore countries that have extreme high market risk premiums. So I would say they are on average consistent with a 4.19 to slightly higher.
And can you tell us why you chose to rely on the estimates based on Professor Damodaran's data and not the estimates provided by Duff and Phelps?
Primarily because there's very limited data available at Duff and Phelps numbers are confirming that relying on Damodaran's numbers would be conservative.
Okay. Dr. Williamson, I want to look at your above average risk. At Exhibit BV, paragraph 48, figure 11, page 1154, the application, You stated that because of the company's unique business risk factors, you find that the company should be placed in the upper half of the return on equity range you present in figure 11. When making this recommendation, are you comparing the risk of the company to the average risk of the electric utility proxy group?
I am.
Okay. Could you kindly refer to exhibit number BV2, figure 1, page 1187 of the application, entitled Electric Utility Proxy Group?
Yes.
This figure lists the S&P credit rating for each proxy group credit rating. Do you agree that 11 companies of the 30 proxy group companies have a rating that is more than one notch above the BBB rating level, which is at a minus or above?
I do, but I don't think that necessarily speaks to the equity risk.
Okay, with this in mind, do you continue to believe that the company has risk greater than the average risk of the proxy group, despite 1/3 of the proxy group companies having a credit rating that is of substantially greater quality than the rating that you deem is representative for the company?
Yes, because credit ratings measure credit risk, not equity risk.
Okay. At page 1155 of the application, you refer to a Duff and Phelps size premium study and state that the company has annual revenue and total assets similar to the smallest size portfolio in the Duff and Phelps study in respect to those categories. Do you believe that the companies included in these Duff and Phelps portfolios are risk comparable to the regulated company?
No, not necessarily, and that's why I don't apply the number.
Okay. Also on that page, you state that Duff and Phelps estimates that the return premium demanded by investors to invest in a company the size of BLPC is 6% to 7% relative to a company the size of the average proxy electric utility. Do you believe that debt investors also demand a significant premium for lending money to companies like the applicant?
I believe that on a standalone basis, and if there was a change in the regulatory regime, that would be true. I believe as it currently is, no, I don't believe there would be a significant cost of lending money simply because, as we heard before lunch, the company actually lends bonds at very reasonable rates.
And when examining the embedded cost of debt of the company, did you find any evidence that lenders have demanded a significant size premium when lending to the applicant?
No, and I wouldn't expect them to.
Okay. At pages 1155 to 1156 of the application, you discuss the company's planned capital expenditure plans as a factor that justifies selecting a return on equity from the upper half of the range you present. Did you examine how the size of the capital expansion plan compares to capital expenditure plans of the electric utilities included in the proxy group?
I did not make a specific study of that. I've done studies like that in the past, but that is one factor to consider. And I would say here that I placed the company at 25 basis points above the median of my estimates, not anything near the 6 or 7% that Duff and Phelps say.
Okay. Does the fuel adjustment clause reduce the company's business risk?
It does reduce its business risk, yes.
So can you tell us how you incorporate the fuel adjustment clause into your analysis and recommendations?
So what I look at here is whether or not the company has adjustment clauses that are different from those that exist at the comparable companies. For example, every single one of my comparable companies have a fuel pass-through clause. The majority of them have an infrastructure investment clause. The majority of them have a decoupling clause. So the majority of them have a large number of adjustment clauses, which means that that is not a risk differentiating factor.
Okay. At page 1153 of the application, you state that your recommended return on equity of 12.5% assumes that the clean energy transition rider is approved, and if not approved, a higher return on equity would be warranted. Could you describe your understanding of the clean energy transition rider application, which has been filed by the company?
So I have not read it recently, but my understanding is that the clean energy transition rider would allow the company to avoid regulatory lag in the recovery of such funds.
Okay, and could you also then describe the specific risks that the clean energy transition rider mitigates?
I'm not sure I follow your question. The risks that it prevents or what?
The clean energy, the specific risks that the clean energy transition rider mitigates.
So it's intended to mitigate regulatory lag and therefore the delay in providing funding. That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bildenson, and thank you, Mr. Jennings. I believe we have completed our cross-examination. Okay, Public Counsel, I recognize your hand. You have a question?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon again. Mr. Chairman, I noticed that you may have forgotten that in respect to procedural direction order number 6, the way the order goes, it goes Public Counsel, then the interveners. So it's Bria, Minister of Energy, Watson Simpson, Mr. Wendt, and then there's Bart. And in accordance with your own procedural order at number 6, paragraph 6, it specifically states that if you're represented, BART cannot make a representation on its own, cannot speak on its own. So it would mean then that the Public Counsel has to speak for BART. So therefore, sir, I wish to, at this point, I have a couple questions I'd like to ask, if that's possible, sir.
Sir, Chair, I would wish to indicate that that's an interesting interpretation of your procedural order. I imagine that the Public Counsel has had an opportunity to do a cross-examination. She's basically interpreting it to mean that she has 2 bites of the cherry, as opposed to the fact that she would have been entitled under your procedural order to ask any relevant questions at the time that she did her cross-examination. So I don't believe that that was the intent or the understanding of the order that you gave.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Public Counsel.
And you need to remember, Chair, that the Public Counsel has no standing in her own right. She represents individuals. So when she spoke on the first occasion, it wasn't in Public Counsel. She was representing someone when she asked those questions.
That was our ruling, but I would just indicate that we would, having concluded this, well, having reached this particular point, Mr. Allen, I believe the next stage would have been for your re-examination, but I don't know if you would be ready to do that or if you would prefer to do that in the morning. So I don't know if you would give leave on this occasion for her to ask the few questions, and we will do your re-examination in the morning, but it is only on this occasion that we would permit. But Public Counsel, when you ask your questions, you are asking the questions on behalf of those individuals that you represent. So, Mr. Allen, you would prefer to do your re-examination in the morning.
Sir, may I say something, please, sir?
Yes,
If
Public
possible,
Counsel.
sir? When I ask my questions as public counsel, then who would I have been representing at that point, sir? Because can
Public
I just
Counsel,
finish,
no,
please, sir?
Public Counsel, we don't want to think, we would like that when you make your presentation, that you make your presentation for all the groups that you're representing. So that is what we are saying, that we would like when we invite you to speak, that the groups you represent, that you present all your questions at that particular time, the ones that you are assisting. So that is what we are simply saying. So as opposed to that, to some extent, is what we're saying. So we're just asking Mr. Alleyne's permission on this occasion to allow you to ask the additional questions so that next time around you're aware that when we invite public counsel, you will bring all your questions one time. So that is all it was. That's all it was seeking to ask Mr. Alleyne's indulgence. Mr. Alleyne, you're with me?
You are so granted, Chair.
Right.
I will listen to your request.
Public counsel, we're saying on this occasion. So next time when we invite public counsel, bring all the questions for all the groups that you represent. Or you assist.
So it may be best to go last. It may be best to go last then, sir. It might be best to go last in your.
No problem. But next time, we would ask you to ask all the questions one time. So we ask.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, learned counsel. Okay, these are my questions to Dr. Villadson. Good afternoon, ma'am. I noticed you started with a 30-year treasury bond in assessing the Barbados Light and Power's business risk. Could you give the data for the percentage points added for each individual component looked at by you to assess the risk factors for BLPC in arriving at the cost of capital? For example, if you look at page 20 of your study, page 1201 of the application, you point to the risk of capital expenditure, high fixed costs, and increasing demand competition. Could you please provide the specific financial risk adjustments by risk factor that you cited?
No, I cannot, because I did not assign a specific number of basis points to any one of these. I looked at my results and I looked at my median, which was 12.25. And then I thought that all of the combination of these would bring it to the high end above the median. And I added 25 basis points in total, which takes care of all of these, because that's the smallest step I can take if I want to stay within the 1/4 percentage point.
Thank you. Okay, my next question. In your cross-examination, you said that the objective information you relied on came from conversations with the company personnel and newspapers. When I look at your page, I'm going to point you to page 655 of volume 3 at page 52. You have it?
No.
You're finding it. It's page 653 of volume 3, page 52. Sorry, page 653 at paragraph 52.
Okay.
Can you confirm that the factors listed there, you spoke about accounting separation, organizational restructuring, new business risks, and costs not fully identified by BLPC were not included in your cost of capital assessment. Is that accurate?
That is correct. My work numbers did not include that. My assessment of the company risk was a transition of the energy sector and large capital expenditure.
Okay, my next question to you. At page 737, paragraph 10, in your rate of return memorandum, you refer to a number of risks in paragraphs 13 and 14. 14D, BLPC refers to significant credit risk and working capital for the company. And at 14E, the company says, the terms of the draft licenses introduce significantly more risk to the investor than the single license under which the company currently operates. It went on to say that changes of this nature have the unintended consequences of destabilizing the confidence of investors and causing them to require a higher return due to higher risk. These statements are extremely profound and they suggest materiality. Did you therefore, this is my question, did you therefore give Mr. Jennings or anybody at BLPC any risk premium numbers associated with these business risks?
I did not.
So what then did you use? What did you use then if you didn't give them any data for that? What did you use to make the statement then?
So these are potentially very high risk. And anytime you, for example, take a company and put it into segments, you're creating smaller companies. And we talked just about previously with one of council members about the enormous impact size can have on the cost of equity. It's also clear that size have a tremendous impact on credit quality. So anytime you would do that, it would be a significant impact. I did not assign a specific number of basis points to that, in part because it's not materialized yet, and it's very hard to know what actually will be the rules going forward.
Okay, thank you. Another question for you. Are the BLPC business risk included in your risk premium adjustment for country risk?
No. That's a generic country risk, not a BLPC business risk.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Billison. I have just a couple more questions for Mr. Jennings. Good afternoon, Mr. Jennings.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Capital account has been $200 million for decades. Is it possible to detail shareholder investment between 2011 and to date?
So I believe we covered this morning. So between 2011 and to date, there's been no additional capital supplied by investors other than retained earnings.
Yeah, I have another question for you, Mr. Jennings. What is the interest rate on the loan BLPC took out in July 2022?
So there were two facilities that we've applied for in July of 2022. One of them is at, I believe, 2.05%, and the other, speaking subject to correction, is, I think, 1.85%, or I think it's 1.85%.
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part. Can you repeat, please?
I said there were two facilities that were taken in 2022. One was at 2.05% and the other at 1.85%, if memory serves me correctly.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings. Thank you. I'm finished, sir.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Allen, you would prefer to do your re-examination in the morning, or?
Sir, I actually believe that I feel relatively comfortable with the testimony and clarity provided by Dr. Wildenson and Mr. Jennings. I actually only have one question, which we can take care of now, and we can then start with the next witnesses tomorrow morning would be my suggestion. I am not, certainly not going to run over your minutes now. Yeah. Dr. Wildenson, you would have said in answers under cross-examination that you consider the capital equity debt to be the manner in which a company finances its assets. And you also said in reference to that customer deposits belong to customers, not the company. So earlier in some questioning, there was a question of utilizing or considering customer deposits in the context of long-term debt, in terms of calculating the notional debt equity structure. What is your opinion on that suggestion?
I would be opposed to that because, as I said, customer contributions are not, customer deposits, sorry, are not long-term debt. They are belong to customers and they are obligations of the company to customers. So therefore, they are not an item that say you take out a loan that has a 10-year maturity. The company cannot determine the maturity of these obligations. They are neither indefinite as is equity, nor do they have a final maturity. Therefore, the company cannot manage these obligations in the same manner as long-term debt. So I would be opposed to including it in that manner. And it is, by the way, obligations that are outstanding with an interest rate.
Okay, so there's also interest on these customer deposits.
There's a predetermined interest of 3.1%, I believe, on these deposits.
Thank you, Doctor. And Chair, that would be it relative to re-examination. We can conclude with these witnesses.
Thank you. Well, tomorrow morning we will start with the asset management panel, and so we will have your, presenting your evidence, and then for the interveners, the order going forward, we will start with the Barbados Renewable Energy Association, the Energy Division, Ministry of Energy and Business Development, the intervener team of Watson and Simpson, intervener Kenneth Wendt, then the Barbados Sustainable Energy Cooperative Society Limited. And the final presentation would be from the Barbados Business Development Division, Ministry of Energy and Business Development, and the Barbados Association of Retired Persons, and the presentation will be made by the Public Counsel. So that would be the order for tomorrow for cross-examination. So at this point in time, we will adjourn to reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and we will continue using the hybrid format tomorrow, and we will advise further tomorrow afternoon. So have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you, Chair.
As Chair pleases.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair. Good evening, all.
Good evening, everybody.